All right, guys, let's get right into it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump speaking engagement, and then we're also going to get into a press briefing, and then we're going to get into a complete immediate analysis because, well, the Dems definitely done swept up in Virginia and New Jersey. So, hey, guys, it is what it is, but I ain't too mad. They were already Democratic places anyway, or blue states anyway.
So as you know, we are in the midst of a disastrous Democrat-created government shutdown, and it is Democrat-created, but I don't think they're getting really the blame that they should. That's now officially the longest shutdown in American history. The Democrat radicals in the Senate have shown
I believe we're like, what? Am I a day behind? I think we're like 33 days.
Zero interest in reopening the government, and I don't think they'll act so soon. A lot of people disagree. I've been saying for the last 30 days, we've had 4 or 5 different points. Yes, sir, they're going to get it right now. We should have it done in a day. I've heard that about 4 times. I heard it after Kings. You know, they said I was a king. And I heard it after Kings. I heard it after a couple of other moments in time. And I said, no, I don't believe so. And now I heard it's after the election. I don't believe so. I think they will. I think they're kamikaze pilots. I just got back from Japan. I talked about the kamikaze pilots. I think these guys are kamikaze. They'll take down the country if they have to. So I don't think so. Millions of Americans are going to be without SNAP benefits. And I will say about SNAP benefits, so when I was president, we had $7 billion worth, and now they have many times that because these benefits were given to anybody that asked, and they're up to, I hear, just many times, 47 billion. So it wasn't the purpose of SNAP. It was for people that really had problems, down and out, people that really had problems. But during Biden, they gave it to anybody that wanted it. I think it's something you have to talk about because the numbers are incredible. But countless public servants are now not being paid.
I mean, yeah, there's about what 42 million Americans on SNAP benefits, and costing the American people about $7 to $9 billion a month. Yeah, and it wasn't never supposed to be used the way it's being used today, especially with the fact that people are getting government assistance just to sell. I mean, well, just to get the food stamps, just to sell it so they can get other things. Like, trust me, that was not the purpose.
And the air traffic control system is under increasing strain. We must get the government back open soon and really immediately. We have to get it up. We have the hottest economy we've ever had, and it's affecting the stock market now a little bit. But the stock market, as of Friday, has hit many record highs during the last 9 months, many. And it will again. This is just the beginning because when these plants that are being built right now start opening up, we've never had anything like this. There's a boom. There's a construction boom right now, but that's going to be bigger than that. That's going to be an economic boom as soon as they open up, and it's going to be something special. We have car companies coming in. When I was in Japan, Toyota, Mr. Toyota, I said, what's your name? Toyota. I said, oh, you're rich. He said, how much of the company do you own? 92.1%. I said, I'm glad you said the one. He wants to be. I said, you're a rich guy. And he said, I'm investing $10 billion in the U.S.
No.
And you know who I'm talking about, right? You introduced me, Mr. Senator. You introduced me originally when you were the ambassador to Japan. He's still good. He's still strong. But he had no interest in investing in this country. Now he's investing $10 billion as of 1 week ago in building new plants. We have auto plants coming in incredibly, but we have AI and all of them. And
we got auto plants. We got manufacturing for pharmaceuticals. I mean, we're going to also start manufacturing chips. So, yeah, there is going to be a big construction boom concerning the construction of these facilities. And then, of course, there's going to be, a job boom as well in these sectors, right? In those sectors I stated.
Can't be extorted to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally, many from prisons, many drug dealers. A lot of people came in from mental institutions. They want to give a lot of money to the people that came in illegally. We have to get them out. We can't, no country can sustain that. That's not like an attack on our country. In no country, these are not going to be productive people. These are going to be anti-productive people. And we can all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we can't let that happen. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it.
Sadly, this terminating the filibuster isn't the fixed all situation, and it's not like the Dems can't stop it. I mean, they just need 41 votes, and they got, trust me, 54 people who are voting no. So trust me, they can find, well, not 54, 45 people who are voting no. So trust me, they can find 41 people to vote no to keep the filibuster going. So that's not the the end all be all that Trump wants it to be. But I know it would be if the Dems would just vote yes. The Republicans stay firm on, well, you can't say yes to SNAP benefits and vote no on the CR at the same time. And I think that the Republicans just push that on the American people because it is common sense. It's like, yo, Dems, you can't vote no on the CR and then say, well, oh, well, I want my snaps. I want good military pay. Well, you voted no to that. You didn't just vote no to Trump in this CR bill. You voted no to SNAP benefits, you voted no to military pay and government pay. And the Republicans just need to ride with that because that's just the fact of the matter.
And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3.25. We have 3.25 years, so that's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open.
Speaking of an extension, this was supposed to be about extending Obamacare. Spending Obamacare health subsidies, which the Republicans offered us expanded for a year. The problem is the Democrats wanted to be permanent. And I mean, that's also a problem. It's expending it for a year while figuring out reforms is good because still, even with Obamacare healthcare subsidies, the healthcare premiums still go by 18-30%. Without them, they do triple and double. So trust me, I understand the importance of getting these healthcare subsidies, but then when the Republicans offer them a year extension, they're like, no, we want it permanent. It shows that they're not negotiating in good faith, and they just want to dump money into a failing system.
We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our elections secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters. But can you imagine when they vote almost unanimously against voter ID? All we want is voter ID. You go to a grocery store, you have to give ID. You go to a gas station, you give ID. But for voting, they want no voter ID. That's only for one reason, because they cheat. We would pass that in 15 minutes. If you don't get it, you'll never pass that. You'll never talk about mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots make it automatically corrupt. If you have mail-in ballots, automatically it's correct. Even Jimmy Carter, they had the Carter Commission after he got out of office, and he had a group of very distinguished people, Democrats and Republicans, and they passed, they recommended things take place. It was a long time ago. And they said about mail-in ballots, if there is mail-in ballots, there will.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's not forget to double tap that screen.
Definitely be corruption because, they pass through too many hands. I mean, you go in to vote and they want your card. Even me, I went into Palm Beach. You go in to vote, they want your card. You're this, you're that. They say, I'm sorry to do this, sir, but I have to look at your identification. I said, that's all right. I love that. But, you're really not going to get away with much. It was very, very professional and very good, the way it's supposed to be. But these people don't want that. They have legislation in California where it's illegal to ask somebody for voter ID. If you ask somebody for voter ID, if you're an official, and you say, I'd like to see your voter ID, they can arrest you, okay? They can arrest you because they want to cheat, and they get away with it. And the Republicans let them get away with it, and we won't do that if we have the filibuster. So I mean,
it has been reported that in Arizona and California, illegals have been known to take part in voting. And those are the only two states that have been confirmed is California and Arizona.
We're going to talk about that a little bit, and we're going to see if we can sway, because I know we have a lot of, not a lot, I'd say half feel this way, maybe a little bit less than half, and it's time to have a really good talk. If I thought that they weren't going to pass the filibuster, I wouldn't even bring it up. They're going to pass it within the first hour. If they take power, and it's more likely that they take power if we don't do it, because we're not going to be passing any legislation. They're not going to approve anything. We're going to go 3.25 years. There won't be one bill that we're going to pass, because the easiest thing to pass is exactly right now what they won't pass. And they'll do that and they'll wreak havoc. But let's assume they get in. They're doing it anyway. So it wouldn't matter. They're doing it anyway. And, you know, I have a case where I have great U.S. attorneys that can't be approved because of the blue slips. The blue slips, I think you should terminate blue slips too. It's a mental termination because it's really a custom. But if you have a Democrat senator or two is bad, but it doesn't make any difference. If you have one senator writes a negative letter on some great U.S. attorney, we had it in Manhattan, Southern District, Jay Clayton, one of the most respected lawyers in the whole country, by far, one of the most respected, and couldn't get approved. The courts approved him. The courts couldn't believe it. They did it like instantly. He went to the best schools, got the best marks, top of his class. Everything was perfect. I mean, he was like led the perfect life. Went to Sullivan and Cromwell. Almost immediately became the head of Sullivan and Cromwell. You know, the most prestigious law firm, I would say, in the country, just about. Whether it's Sullivan or two or three I could name, but Sullivan, I would say, really maybe number one. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for like 20 years. He went to the SEC, was flawless. He did it for me. He was the SEC chairman. He was flawless. Then he went to Apollo, where he was the chairman of Apollo, and was flawless. Everything went good. The stock went through the roof and everything. I asked him to go to the Southern District, and he said, I'll do what you'd like to do, sir. This is a very high-quality person. But he couldn't get approval from Schumer. Schumer didn't approve him. The best student, the best schools, everything. He's like flawless. And the courts actually said,
I mean, yeah, Trump, he's flawless, but the only problem is that you recommended him. That's the problem with the Dems. I mean, he could be the best candidate in the world, undeniably. But as soon as you put your name behind him, the Dems just think he's like, you know, the second spine of Satan, then they believe that you are. So, hey, it is what it is.
you're not approving Jay Clayton, right, Lindsey? You heard this. The courts actually interceded, and they approved him. But that's an unusual guy. We have other people that are really good, but people don't know how good. Top students, top colleges, and they're U.S. attorneys, and they won't be approved. They're not going to be approved. We have one in Los Angeles who's phenomenal, but no, the senators, the Democrats are, you know, again, they're kamikazes. The Democrats are not going to approve him. Blue slips are a disaster. So the only people I can get approved are Democrats. I was told that by the Democrats. We'll only approve Democrats. I said, really, is that right? Well, not going to work that way. Not going to work that way with me. But the blue slips are a total disaster. I have 10 people right now that are doing a phenomenal job, and they will be out of office pretty soon. They've got another 2-3 weeks, a couple of them, and then they're going to have to leave. And it's actually a blight on their record because, you know, nobody knows why they left, but it looks like they served 8 weeks and then they had to leave. But they're not going to get the approval because the Democrat radical left lunatic senators are saying you can't, we're not going to approve you. And if we're not going to approve you, I had actually one Republican who got 2 great letters, but it turned out that he was a rhino, but that was a nice term for him. Now, he got 2 letters of approval, and when I said 2 Democrats approved him, I had to fire him because I figured if 2 Democrats approved him, they wrote the most beautiful letters. I found out, man, this is strange, and he was no good. I fired him. He was really not much of a Republican. The recommendation of that one wasn't such a good recommendation. Someday I'll tell you who recommended him, but it wasn't exactly the best. But when I saw when I saw the 2 senators from Virginia gave him glowing marks, Tim, I said, let me see this. I read the most beautiful letters I've ever seen. I said,
yeah, so in the Virginia governor's race, honestly, in all of it, I think there was probably like one. No, wait, no, I don't even think there was one Republican that even won a district in Virginia. So I'm gonna look it up, but I don't even think there was one. I think it was actually 100% sweep across the board in Virginia, New York City, and not New York City, but so it was Virginia, New Jersey, and New York City. So honestly, it's kind of fun because the Dems are trying to kind of see this as a winning point, and I'm just like, Virginia been blue, you know that, right? New Jersey been blue, you know that, right? New York City been blue, you know that, right? So you can't really count this as a win unless you take something that was red. You know that, right? So it is kind of funny how God said the Republican Party's over and all this good stuff, and I'm just looking at you guys like, are you I mean, okay, fine. Maybe you belong on the short bus, but come on now, come on, guys. You didn't take a red state, you didn't take a red district, you didn't take a red city. You just won what you already had.
I called him up. I said, "Sorry, you're fired. Get the hell out of here." And but it's a horrible thing. Blue slips is a horrible thing because I have the right to pick judges and I have the right to pick U.S. attorneys, and this takes away the right from me. And I think we're going to go to court on it, and we'll see what happens in court. But it gives the president, it takes away the right of the president to pick people to serve on the court and to serve as U.S. attorneys, which is very important. But the biggest thing is the filibuster. We have to get the country going. We will pass legislation at levels you've never seen before, and it'll be impossible to beat us. By the way, if they do, they're going to do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster. And when they do the filibuster, they're going to pack the court.
All right. Well, I do like making people look stupid. He says, "You sound like Trump. You're not." What am I not understanding? I just literally told you what he was talking about, the Virginia race. I mean, dog, maybe you need to keep up. If you can't understand what Trump is saying, dog, you need to go back to school. I'm sorry.
They want at least five justices.
I mean, he speaks so simply. And then here's the thing. He's not like Obama, like all eloquent, using big words. We all agree that Obama's a better speaker than Trump. So if you can't understand Trump, I'm sorry, but you need to go back to English. Like, you really do need to go back to English class, courses, remedial class, whatever.
I hear it's up to 5. I actually heard up to 7 and up to 9, okay? They want new judges. They want to pack the court, and they will do it in the first day. Maybe the week. Maybe they'll slow it down because there's no reason to rush. But they'll do it first week. They'll vote on this. And I have friends over there that are Democrats. I'm close to a lot of people. And I asked them about that because some people say, well, maybe they won't do that. I mean, they destroyed the career of Manchin and Sinema, and they got them out. They were the only objectors. Nobody else is going to object. They're going to do it the first day. They're going to pack the court. They're going to make D.C. a state. And they're going to make Puerto Rico a state. So now they pick up 2 states. They pick up 4 senators, okay? You think you have problems? They're going to do all of the things. They're going to pick up electoral votes. It's going to be a very, very bad situation. And it's done.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, you know what? I like to challenge this guy right here. Hey, man, look at you. Shoot, bro, if you'd like to come up and debate me on all these topics, I mean, we could debate ICE. I mean, shoot, we can debate the government shutdown. We can even debate tariffs. And I guarantee you, I'll run laps around you and show you that you're the one with the 5th grade education.
It's done. As soon as they attain power. Now, if we do what I'm saying, they'll never.
Please let me know. I'll be happy to have you on so I can run laps around you.
They'll most likely never attain power because we will have passed every single thing that you can imagine that it's good and all good for the country. And there'll be no reason to. If we don't do that, people will say they're not doing much and they're in power. So the good news is we did the great, big, beautiful bill, and it's the greatest thing we could have done. And the smartest thing with John and our Speaker of the House, who's so good, Mike Johnson, we did all in one bill. If we didn't, John, it would be a problem because, we would have gotten a small piece passed. A lot of people wanted to do that. A lot of people in the room wanted to do that. They went along with me and John and everybody, and we got this thing passed. Honestly, it's 4 years worth of goodies. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security.
I mean, yeah, Trump's strategy with the big, beautiful bill was a pretty good one. Like, yeah, to stuff it, try to push it all through because we don't know if we're going to win the midterms. And Lord knows the Dems is not going to let Trump do anything else if they lose the midterms. So, hey, it was the best strategy to go ahead and stuff the big, beautiful bill, get everything they wanted in there and get it passed.
No tax on, think of it, no tax on overtime. It's an unbelievable tax cut for the workers and for business, where business is going to create jobs, and we're creating jobs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. All these things are good. We have to be able to get the word out. If we don't get the word out, we're making a very big mistake. So I have this long, beautiful, and very boring speech. I won't bother reading it, but because we can just start talking, and I think it's very important. We have to get the country open, and the way we're going to do it this afternoon is to terminate the filibuster. And it's possible you're not going to do that. And I'm going to go by your wishes. You're very smart people. We're good friends. But I think it's a tremendous mistake. Really, it would be a tragic mistake, actually. It's time. It's time. If I thought they weren't going to approve, I'd sort of be with you. I'd be fine. I'd be neutral to with you. But knowing that they're going to pass it as soon as they get any semblance of control, they'll pass it first thing. Then it's like we have to do it first. And we have 2 years, and we'll end up with 2-3 years, and we'll have this country so perfect. We will have passed more legislation than any Congress and any group of senators or a group of congressmen. And we will get it through the.
And all right, guys, I went ahead and posted the StreamYard link for any naysayers that want to come up and debate, why are they so upset with Trump? I mean, let's be real. A lot of y'all won't have a good reason, and most of y'all won't come up. I mean, trust me, I've tried. But hey, for the ones that actually are, have some type of security in what they think, instead of being so insecure about what they think that they got to sit there and, be a keyboard warrior, please, for the non-keyboard warriors, come on up.
Send it to us. We'll send it to them. It'll be a beautiful machine. Otherwise, we're just going to sit around and argue with these people all day long. And they're highly unrealistic, highly unrealistic. Many of them are radical left subversives, frankly. So I want to thank everybody.
Oh, if you want to know where the link is in my main page. Go to my main page, go to my post tab, and it'll be the first link you see there in my post tab.
Everybody, and we're going to talk. And I want to thank the press for treating us so really well for that foreign trip. It was we had just an amazing meeting. Don't forget, 2 months ago, it looked like the whole world was in trouble over rare earth. And that's no longer even a subject that people talk about.
Because China was dominating it by over 90%. Now, shout out to Australia. They actually came together with us and said, hey, we need to find a way to wane ourselves off of a rare earth refinery from China. Like, we got to find a way to do that. And shout out to Australia and America. We're finding a way to knock that out. I mean, shout out to America and South Korea. We're trying to find we actually are figuring out a way to start shipbuilding. They're helping out. They're investing $150 billion in shipbuilding in the United States. So, we are finding ways to wane ourselves off China in terms of shipbuilding, rare earth minerals, and other things as well.
It worked out very quickly. Without tariffs, I couldn't have done it. I put a 100% tariff on China. As soon as I heard it, within 20 minutes, I put a 100% tariff on China. When President Xi, who's really a friend of mine, as much as he can be a friend, he's a tough man. He's a tough man, smart man, actually, very smart. The press doesn't like it when I call him very smart. They think I'm not supposed to call him smart, but he leads 1.4 billion people without question. In fact, during the meeting, we were there. A couple of you were there, and some of you saw it. So he's here, and he's got about 6 people on each side, and every one of those people was standing like this. They were at attention. And I made a comment to one of them, and I got no response. I said, are you going to answer me? I got no response. And President Xi didn't let him have any. So if there's any question, I said, I want my cabinet to behave like that. That's the way. I'm demanding that I want them sitting up like that, Tim, just nice and straight. I never saw posture like that. I've never seen men so scared in their lives. They have the equivalent of a vice president. He was. I said, are you going to answer my question? And he's like, he doesn't move.
Here's the thing about the big, beautiful bill. It actually does work out for the American people. As far as cutting taxes on your average American worker, cutting taxes for the rich so they can start reinvesting and creating more jobs and opportunity for the American worker. It does benefit. And especially all the deregulation that's going to help these manufacturing projects start up a lot quicker. So, there's a lot of good things in the big, beautiful bill. There's some things that I disagree with in there for sure. But as far as helping the American people out, that's definitely what it does. And I know a lot of people are going to hate when I say this, but it's definitely including the cuts to Medicaid. It's definitely including those. The Medicaid needed to be brought down.
I said, what's wrong with this guy? I will answer
no
the
reason
question.
for $1 trillion in spending.
Why don't you behave like that? JD doesn't behave like that. JD buds into conversations. I want to have that for at least a couple of days, okay, JD? We'll keep you long term, but a couple of days of that would be very, very nice. Okay, I want to thank you.
And shout out to my man Christian Burns for coming up. All right, my man, what's your disagreement, big dog?
My disagreement, lots of things. I guess the first place to kind of start out with is just the number of lies that come out of Trump's mouth every single day. I mean, we just saw that in this speech, whatever you want to call it. There are facts that we can easily go to disprove everything there. And the first example would be that we're growing jobs. No, we are not.
Hold on. Yeah, we are. We have positive job growth for the entire year. We don't have negative job growth. We have positive. We have a couple negative months, but overall in the year, we have positive job growth. So that doesn't even make sense to say. But okay, go ahead.
So let's compare that to what's happened over the last 4 years with Biden.
Hold on. You can't say
no.
When you're talking, hold on, bro. You got to understand where you came off wrong already. You said there's been no job growth when I told you that there is.
The last couple of months we've had negative.
So hold on. Let's talk about the last 4 years. Dog, you just said out your own mouth that there was no job growth when there has been. So can you at least say that you're wrong on that?
Can you let me respond? So again,
at least
do you want to look at the last couple of months? You just called
Trump a liar saying that there was no job growth. There's been positive job growth. You say that it's easily provable, and I can easily prove that there's been positive job growth.
So again, you're looking. Can I speak? Okay, like hold on a sec. So again, you move the goalpost all the time. So as I mentioned,
I did not. You just moved
the goalpost job numbers finish my 4 years. Can you let me finish and make a statement?
But you got to address what I just said in the hypocrisy that you just stated.
Oh my gosh. Can you let me address that? Because what you just said was you move the goalposts. As I said, we've had negative job. You're like, but over the full year. Well, okay, that's interesting. But let's now look at the last quarter. Let's look at the last couple of months consecutively. We have not had consecutive job loss since 2020. Okay. And that was because in 2020, there was a damn pandemic. And guess what? Guess who was president then? Trump was. So again, like I said, but once I made that statement, you move the goalpost and say, well, over the last year, not even taking into consideration the last couple of months.
You said this year. What I mean, you said this year there was no positive job growth. We have positive job growth in July, so you're still wrong.
So now let's also look at
saying that there were consecutive months as if there have been no job growth.
So are you going to ignore the fact of what I said, where we've had no jobs added to the economy? What that hasn't happened since 2020. You're going to just completely ignore that.
We've had jobs added to the economy. That's where I told you were wrong in the first place. You said there was no job growth.
Dude, you were wrong. That's what I'm saying. We can't have a conversation.
2025. I'm not
arguing. Have a conversation if we are sitting up here arguing facts. Dude. Like I said,
I'm not even debating you on the fact that we've had negative job months. I'm saying those negative job months doesn't lead up to a negative job growth for the entire year. Okay. Now you can go ahead and talk.
No, but let me say this. We haven't had any months where we've dropped as far as jobs happened since 2020. So again, throughout all of Biden's, there wasn't a question. I wouldn't have had to move the goalpost to say, well, if you look at the full year, and no, we didn't do that because every month we were adding jobs. The same thing with Obama. Here's the point that I'm trying to make.
Hold on, bro. You guys got revised by 911,000 jobs. You didn't read that job report? You didn't
let me finish my point.
There was
Trump entered into office on January 1st.
You're missing facts here. You're missing facts. You just sat there and talked about the job growth from last year when the job growth was revised by 911,000 jobs. Did you not know that?
Still positive, and that's the same thing that happens every single month.
Hold on.
That process happened. Yes.
So they may have revised
hold on. There was still a cumulative positive, net positive, dude. Y'all revised the job reports and it's been a net positive
for 2025. Just like Trump, there's a cumulative net positive. There's been a couple bad months, but there's still a positive. So when you sat there and said there's been no positive job growth, that was a lie. Dog,
here's the point. Here's the point to sum it up, dude. Trump came into office. We had one of the best economies. Can you let me finish? We've had one of the best economies compared to other countries.
Increasing?
You guys act like the pandemic wasn't there. It's a process. The pandemic happened. Can you let me?
Hold on. See? Bro, hold on. You just act like the pandemic wasn't there. You said, in 2020, there was negative job loss. You're right, because of COVID. So now you want to bring up COVID as an excuse, but you didn't want to use it when you was bringing up your example of the job numbers in 2020. Bro, you're the worst hypocrite. This is hilarious.
What I was saying is, considering everything that happened with COVID, with Biden coming in 2021 and having to fix a lot, just like every other country on this planet
We
has to
fix a
go
lot
through.
by overspending and causing rapid inflation. Yeah,
Overspending,
good
dude.
shit, man.
We're
Good
about
shit.
to hit $40 trillion in debt, and a fourth of that is from Trump's first and now second term. So come on, dude.
Fourth?
At least
No.
the money that was
Actually,
spent
no.
by Biden's administration was to help
under
bring
Biden
us
due to
out.
his trillions
Dude,
of dollars in spending.
you are so weird. Like you're
Bro,
not even listening.
Christian. I get that you're gonna try to use the whole weird thing, and that's fine. That's cute and all, but
No,
bro,
you are
you're
weird.
wrong.
I mean, you are fucking weird.
I mean, okay, dog. If you want to be like Tim Walls, go ahead. But
No,
dog,
what I'm
you're
trying
wrong
to
about
tell
the
you,
positive
dude.
job. You're wrong about the negative job growth. The only thing you were right about was what? The job loss under COVID. So congratulations on that one.
Okay,
But-
so
right.
so let's go back to the point. So what else do I not like about him? Again, there is nothing that he is doing right now to help out us, meaning
He closed the
middle
border.
class.
He's locking up immigration. He's freeing up jobs for the American people. I mean, you may not see it like that, but that's just the
And
reality.
so he's locking up immigration. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, what the fuck?
He's locking up illegals.
And do you not think that that's what Biden or Obama did before? You don't think that
Obama did that, but Biden was letting them in. I mean, not Biden was letting them boys in. So, but Obama was definitely locking them up.
Another example of how weird you are. Oh, Biden,
bro, Biden. So Biden didn't let in about what 8 to 10 million at least.
No, and what do you mean let them in? You think we just had people at the border?
He didn't uphold the border law. Dude, he purposely kept the border open. He didn't hire enough border patrol. This has been documented, my man.
How did he keep the border open?
Got a good amount of blame for this.
How did he keep the border open? What did he pass? He say, was there a decree? Like, what do you mean when you say laws? When you say, this whole, platitude of the border was open, what do you mean by that? Like, what were there any laws? Were there any executive orders?
The border agents were complaining all through the Biden administration how they do not have enough personnel to cover the entire border. There's certain sections of the border that don't even have really any wall on it, and they're low numbers. They would been telling the Biden administration this. They were telling Kamala Harris this, but they were being ignored. Like, whistleblowers just came out about this.
So okay, let me just make sure I understand your argument. So you're saying that the border was open because there wasn't enough personnel. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting point there.
That's why Trump decided to give them more money for ICE and the border. I'm going to give
you another opportunity to try and clear that up a little bit, because that's that makes no sense. So again, you're going with the lack of personnel is what you mean by saying that the border was open. Anything else you want to add to that?
Bro, that's literally what Border Patrol said.
Okay, so what I'm getting from you. So again, for
now
you to feel comfortable that the border was,
you can hear from them themselves
closed.
But okay, go ahead.
All we needed to do was just hire more people. That's all we needed to do. Just hire more people. That's what you're saying.
Let's see. Hire more people and build a wall. That's pretty much what they're doing, and it worked. Did it not? Did it not? Do we have record low? Do we have record low crossing? We do.
I got to be honest with you. I got to go back to work. I got to go back to work. I'm a VP of my company. I'm in my office screaming. I don't know anybody. I need to go back and do some more stuff. But
I mean,
what
Christian,
I'm going to tell
you need to go back and research some stuff.
I would love to continue this conversation maybe later on this evening. But man, there's so much, dude. I just want to say to you, like, take a step back. I hope you're just doing this for money. You don't really understand, or you don't really believe.
Christian, I believe everything I'm saying. You're just wrong. And then you're not even willing to engage reality, Christian. Like, you're talking about the border. The border has been completely almost shut. 98% better. When you're sitting there saying that, oh, Trump didn't fix the border, but we have record low crossings. What are you talking about? You're not even making sense. And then and then here's the thing. Okay, if my example is wrong, if what I'm saying is wrong, then what's right? Then why did millions of illegals come in? Because this is a documented fact. This is fact, Christian, fact. So I'm not even sure what you're debating here. And then you came in talking about Trump had negative job numbers, That's wrong. There is positive job growth for this year. So then you want to talk about negative job growth during the COVID. I mean, bro, let's be real, dog. You're truly uninformed. And if you're a VP at your company, hopefully you're more informed there than you are about politics.
We'll talk a little bit, and I see they set me up with.
Bro said I own my company, though. That was hilarious, though. I know. I see how he tried to run out with that one. But hey, it is what it is, man. God bless. But all right, though, let's get it to Press Secretary Levitt. And guys, if you want to go ahead and get cooked like Christian did, I mean, you can feel free to hit that call-in link. I'll be happy to host your call. It's in the post tab right there. Oh, and shout out to my man Chase. He said, bro, you're arguing proven facts. You sound dumb. Literally. I was like, bro, what? That shit was too funny. I'm just sitting there dying laughing just because I'm like, are you serious? Like, you really believe this? Like, dog, you have severe TDS. And I believe that you're a smart person. But, bro, your TDS have blinded you to a degree that you might not be able to come back from, dog. You might be cooked. Like, as far as your common sense when it comes to Trump, cooked. But please, Christian, as much as I'm laying into you, I would love for you to come back again and we continue this conversation. Without, being called weird. Because, guys,
incredible air traffic controllers.
Did I use any ad hominems? Of course not. I don't need to. I got facts on my side. I mean, but he got to use the word weird when he weirdly can't, substantiate his argument. But all right, though, let's keep it going. That was fun.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you on this beautiful fall afternoon. We are now on day 35 of the Democrat government shutdown. The Democrats' obstructionism will break the record for the longest government shutdown in American history tonight. The Democrats are intentionally hurting American families, workers, and businesses with this shutdown to fight for free health care for illegal aliens and to appease their radical left-wing base. And it's a total disgrace. This past weekend, Americans traveling to weddings, funerals, vacations, and meetings faced significant flight disruptions at airports across the country because of staffing shortages. On Sunday alone, more than 5,000 flights traveling to and from U.S. airports were delayed. Since the Democrat shutdown began, 4 times as many staffing shortages have been reported at air traffic control facilities compared to last year. TSA checkpoint wait times ballooned past 3 hours at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, with some passengers enduring up to 5 hours in line. At nearby William P. Hobby Airport in Texas, security wait times are routinely exceeding 1 hour. More than 30.
Hey guys, you want to read something funny? So shout out to Google, because you can just Google this stuff. How many jobs were added this year? The total number of jobs added for 2025 is not fully yet compiled, as the final government report for this year is not yet released. However, for the first 8 months of 2025, the economy added jobs at an average rate of less than 75,000 per month. 75 at the rate we're adding jobs at 75,000 per month. The U.S. economy added 42,000 private sector jobs in October. So when he said there were consecutive months of negative job loss, why am I reading this? I mean, then what the hell is this? I mean, come on now. And this comes from PBS. This also comes from CNN. The U.S. economy added 42,000 private sector jobs last month in October. So a significant increase from the previous month's release loss of 29,000. So guys, when this guy came on here and said there's been consecutive job loss, and I told him that it wasn't, was I lying? No, of course I wasn't. When he wanted to sit there and try to laugh because he was dead wrong, was I lying? So it's right there, guys. The facts are the facts. Like I said, that's why I was just laughing out of my chair, because I'm just like, bro, it's like literally right there for you to see. But okay, though. Okay, let's keep it going, guys. Man, when the facts are right there in your face, I mean, you can go to multiple sites. You can go to, what was it? I mean, then you can even go to ADP statistics. You can go to CNN. You can go to NBC News. You can go to CNBC News. You can go to Los Angeles Times. I mean, there's many places you can go to find out this information of us having a positive job growth for October, when this man just sat up in front of me and said that we've had negative job growth for these consecutive months. Boy,
15,000 air traffic controllers are continuing to work without pay. Because of the Democrats, these men and women who keep our airspace safe and moving will miss a second paycheck in a row this Friday if Democrats refuse to open the government. Let me be clear to our incredible air traffic controllers across the country. President Trump and Republicans want you to get your paychecks. They want you to be paid. Please call on your Democrat senators and tell them to side with President Trump and Republicans to vote to reopen the government. Our nation's 4 largest airlines, United, Delta, American, and Southwest, have now all endorsed the Republican, nonpartisan, clean funding bill to end the government shutdown. Major unions, collectively representing tens of thousands of pilots, have also joined the airlines in calling on Democrats to pass the clean, nonpartisan CR. The travel industry is also imploring Democrats to end the shutdown and reopen the government. Nearly 500 companies and groups in the travel—
I mean, shoot, look, even mainstream media is begging the Dems to open back up the government. They're like, bro, you guys are losing this argument. You're only making it look worse. You're only making yourselves look worse. When Jake Tapper got to sit there and make Akeem Jeffries look stupid on national television, bro, you know you guys are in a bad place. You know you're in a bad place right now.
Business, including casinos, hotels, and convention bureaus, signed a public letter warning that America's travel economy has already lost $4 billion due to this Democrat shutdown, and they have called for the Republican CR to be passed, saying Americans expect and deserve a fully functioning federal government during the peak holiday travel season. Never before have we seen private industry and union leadership so unified on the same issue, rallying behind Republicans in such a vocal way. The Democrats have completely lost the plot. They are endangering the safety, prosperity, and livelihoods of millions of Americans. It's well past time Democrats do what they did 13 times under Joe Biden and pass the clean funding bill extension.
Yep. So, yes, it's been officially 13 times the Dem has voted no. The last major vote to reopen the government was October 28th. And they voted no still. So, yes, the Dem continue to vote no to SNAP benefits, to foods. SNAP benefits, military pay, and government pay. And like I said, you can't say no to the CR without also saying no to benefits and government pay. I mean, they just go hand in hand, guys. And let's be real, the Dems are the demanding party. They're the ones who want the Obamacare healthcare subsidies that, well, we've already tried to give them an extension on, but they don't really want that. But they really want that reversal of the Medicaid tax cut done under the Big Beautiful Bill. That's what they really are aiming for. You know, all the fraudulent spending that they were doing. Well, honestly, mainly the fraudulent spending, and I'm gonna say fraudulent due to the fact that maybe like 200 billion of it was used for illegals and, you know, to help them get care in clinics that don't care about your residential status. And then maybe the other bit of it was used for, I don't know, like corporate overpricing, you know, like big pharma and healthcare companies and insurances.
All we need are 5 Democrat senators to put country over party and vote to end this.
Hey, and Shanika, man, shout out Shanika from Drip Nation, man. Look, y'all make sure y'all go follow Drip Nation. I love those guys.
Reckless shutdown. In other news, tomorrow will mark the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's historic election victory, where he won nearly 80 million votes, the popular vote, in all 7 swing states. This was the ultimate poll on November 5th. The president secured a mandate to make America great again, and he has delivered in record time. Never before have we had a president who has kept their promises like President Trump has. I'd like to go over a few of those with you. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security to put more money back into the pockets of the American people.
I mean, that's exactly what's going on. And shout out to my man Roberto. He said, for sending the $2. He ain't had too much to say. He just want to show some support. And I appreciate that, my man. Now, according to what she was saying.
Overtime and Social Security.
Okay, yeah. Now, when it comes to taxes, now look, yes, there was tax cuts given to the rich. But, you know, what does the rich do when they get tax cuts? They usually reinvest. Well, actually, they always reinvest because they always want to make more money. You don't really do that without reinvesting. But that means they create more factories, office buildings, I don't know, workspaces, places that you find employment in. So, yes, when the rich do well, the middle class does well as well. When everybody do well from the top down, Now, I know people who hate the idea of trickle-down economics. Well, I would just say this. If we weren't outsourcing all of our jobs to China, you would see more of the trickle-down economics. But you guys don't believe in tariffs, and y'all some free traders, so it is what it is. I mean, y'all can't cry about trickle-down economics while also being free traders, because I mean, you're pretty much saying you're literally allowing the jobs that's supposed to trickle down to the American people, the money that's supposed to trickle down to the American people, you're allowing it to go overseas. So, hey, you can't have both.
Security to put more money back into the pockets of the American people. The president ended the southern border invasion.
Hey, shout out to Shanika. She said, showing love. Hey, I appreciate that, sis. Hey, appreciate the support. And shout out to Lassie. He said, Biggles Bob. Bro ignoring the chat and using AI and headlines to support his argument. I'm paying money to say this. Don't listen to this rage baiting clown. I'm rage baiting by giving you facts? Hold on. I'm using AI. Bro, I just showed you Google. If Google wants to use AI, that's out of my control, buddy. But I'll tell you one thing that Google does do, and shout out to AI, because I mean, if you're mad about AI, buddy, you're about to be mad for like the rest of your life because it's here to stay. So yeah, see, this is what you gotta like about AI, because I don't really have to go by AI. I could just go by, I'm not the biggest fan of PBS, but I know the Dems are. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of CNN, but I know you Dems love CNN, so I'll go with them. I mean, they're all saying the same thing, buddy. So how am I rage baiting? No, you're mad because I'm right. There ain't no rage baiting in that, dog. This is a personal problem with you. But hey, I do appreciate you supporting, man. I truly do. But I mean, you got all these other sources you could go to, dog. You just don't got to sit there and say, hey, bro, you're using AI. It's like, well, no shit. I mean, let's be real. I can't even escape it. I just use Google, and Google used AI for me. I mean, they didn't even give me a chance. Like, why not feel bad for me? They took away my freedoms. All right, guys, let's get right back to it.
Of the Biden administration made our border the most secure in history, and he is carrying out the largest mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens in our nation's history to protect our homeland, just as promised. President Trump has aggressively taken on drug cartels by declaring them as foreign terrorist organizations and even blowing up narco-terrorists who have tried to poison the American people with fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. President Trump defeated the Biden inflation crisis, and he continues to implement a pro-growth, America First economic agenda to make America affordable.
But Biggles, I mean, bro, you can always come up here and debate this. I mean, you paid, so I would love to have you on. Like Biggles, go ahead and main page, post tab, we can have this conversation. But I mean, bro, if you're going to try to debate me on using AI, I mean, first off, I mean, headlines, trust me, dog. I mean, I didn't really use the headlines. I just pretty much read what was right there and what you could also read in the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But hey, though, hey, F it, right? I don't know anything, I guess. I'm just, reading what's in front of me.
Affordable again, and we are seeing the results of that every day. Inflation has remained low and steady, averaging just 2.5% compared to the painful average of 5% under Biden, and we know it was historically higher than that for most of President Biden's term. Meanwhile, real private sector wages are on track to rise by almost $1,500 since President Trump took office, a significant change to the Biden years where private sector wages declined and were being wiped out by inflation. President Trump has ended the reckless war on American energy.
I mean, let's be real, though. Employers could not keep up with inflation under Biden. I mean, there was, let's be real. They went broke trying to keep up with inflation and raising the pay rate. They just went broke doing it. I mean, I was hearing, during Biden, yeah, wages stayed stagnant. I mean, under Trump, wages were going up. I mean, under Trump, that's where you've seen people getting paid, 15? They got bumped up to 20. So under Biden, well, it stayed pretty moderately. I'm not saying there wasn't no increase at all, but let's be honest, though. Inflation kind of threw that out the window.
And unleashed energy dominance, with gas prices now plummeting to their lowest average levels in more than 4 years. President Trump implemented powerful tariffs to rebalance America's trade deals, protect American workers, and returning our country to be a manufacturing superpower once again. As a result, the president has secured trillions and trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments into the United States, which are creating high-paying jobs for the greatest workforce in the world. The president has restored America's place as the leader of the free world through his unwavering peace through strength foreign policy, that has already ended 8 wars and counting. And the president ended illegal DEI initiatives in our federal government and is returning our country to a merit-based society based on common sense. President Trump protected opportunities for women and girls to compete safely and fairly by continuing to keep men out of women's sports. Americans have a president who works tirelessly, literally 24/7, to improve their lives and make our country better than it has ever been before. So with that, today we will open it up to questions, and we will start with our independent journalist in our new media seat, Julio Rosas. Julio, please start. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So over the weekend in Mexico, a mayor in Michoacan, Carlos Manso, he was assassinated while celebrating Dia de Muertos with his family. His assassination has sparked a lot of outrage. A lot of Mexicans are very upset. They're blaming President Claudia Sheinbaum for not taking the cartel threat seriously enough. Yesterday, she said that, once again, she's not going to allow any foreign military intervention to take on the cartels on Mexican soil, and that Mexico is not going to pursue a drug war similar to what they've done in the past. So my question is,
I mean, yeah, because Mexico's they're defeated when it comes to the yard cartels. I mean, the cartel runs Mexico. Let's just be real. When the government don't want to like fix it, when the government, the Mexican government doesn't want to do anything with the cartel, that lets you know the cartel runs Mexico. I mean, because the cartel terrorize Mexican people. I mean, there's sometimes a reason why some of these Mexicans come over here to escape the tyranny of them. I mean, they be running whole cities. So this, I mean, it is a bit strange, and I'm be real with you. I get protecting their on land sovereignty, because let's be real, I don't think it's cool just to bomb these guys on Mexican soil. I don't think that's cool without the permission from the Mexican government. But then here's the thing, like, I'd also ask them, well, if you don't want us to fix it, y'all need to fix it. And if y'all tell us that y'all have no future plans in fixing it, who the hell are you guys to stop us? Because the cartel is becoming everybody's problem, and sadly, you guys don't want to solve it. So I ain't gonna lie, I would have to look at Mexico and be like, look, you gonna have to figure out something. See, we can help you, or we are gonna have to go ahead and violate you guys and start bombing on your land, because we just can't let them keep going because you guys say no. At this point, you're protecting the cartel. We can't go with that.
is President Trump satisfied with Claudia Sheinbaum's approach to cartels? And if not, has Manso's assassination kind of opened up some new options for the United States to pursue regarding cartels?
Well, first of all, with respect to this specific news item and this alleged assassination that took place in Mexico, I know the Trump administration, we are aware of that, and of course we condemn all political violence anywhere in all forms. As for Claudia Sheinbaum and the president's relationship with her, I think he has a lot of respect for her as president of Mexico, and he also really appreciates the coordination that she has provided to the Trump administration. I can't speak for her and what she's doing internally in her country. I can speak for the president in saying we are continually pushing Mexico to do more to tackle the drug trafficking and the drug cartels within their country, and we are working with them in any way that we can. And the president has obviously used the full range of executive options in his authorities to crack down on drug trafficking at our southern border. And
I mean, to be honest, though, it's like the cartel, bro, the cartel and the Mexican government is like the CCP and the Chinese triad. They just go hand in hand and they work together. It is what it is. When your government works well with your criminal organization, I mean, boy, is it a dangerous threat. And you see that in a lot of countries, to be quite honest. I mean, Japan, China, Mexico, or other Latin American countries, they just work oh so well with their criminal organizations. I mean, good thing we don't.
designate these cartels
Well, I don't know, maybe if you include the CIA.
as foreign terrorist organizations and additional actions as well.
Just one more question.
Sure.
So at the Antifa roundtable that we were at just last month, myself and the other panelists made the recommendation to the president for, speaking of foreign terrorist organizations, to have Antifa not just be domestic terrorist organization, but be designated as a foreign terrorist organization since they have cells in other countries. He mentioned to Secretary Rubio, because he was in the room at the time, to look into that. So I just wanted to see if there's an update on that recommendation.
That process is most definitely taking place. I don't have any announcements for you on that today, but I can certainly assure you the administration is working on it, and I'll check in on it and get back to you, Julio. It's a good question. Thank you very much. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Zohran Mamdani blamed the president for bomb threats and intimidation at polling locations. He said, quote, part of the general approach of the Trump administration has taken to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country.
I doubt that. I mean, trust me, there was nothing that Trump could have done or any Republican could have done to stop Mondani from winning. I mean, hey, the man was just a charismatic character. He was speaking to the problems of the people, which was affordability. And here's the thing, even though I disagree with how he wants to tackle affordability, I can respect this. I can respect the fact that he's taken to heart the plight of his people. That's honestly the best thing I can say about the man. As far as that, I do think the man is a complete socialist. I do think his policies could destroy New York, but you never know. You never know. For all you know, the man might switch up and go capitalist. You know, the very 1% chance of that happening is slim, but not impossible.
I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I saw those comments from Mamdani. I think they are completely irresponsible, and they are based on zero evidence. And I think this is just another example of how the Democrat Party unfortunately stands for nothing. All they stand against is President Donald Trump. And I think it's quite sad to see that we have someone at the top of the ticket on an election day today saying such things about the president when he obviously had absolutely nothing to do with those threats.
And on the shutdown, Democrats have been pretty quiet about the president's push for the nuclear option, terminating the filibuster. Is there any concern around here that Democrats might actually want Republicans to get rid of the filibuster so that one day when they're in power again, the door's already open for them to pack the Supreme Court, give statehood to DC and Puerto Rico, make mail-in balloting permanent, those kinds of things?
I think the president has been very realistic and strong in his position on the filibuster. He's been very vocal about it. I just spoke to him about it. He feels really strongly about this. Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels. And we know that Democrats, if they are ever given a chance at power again in this city, they will absolutely take away the filibuster from the United States Senate. In fact, you had 49 Democrats who already voted to do this before. The only reason it did not move forward was because you had 2 Democrats who are no longer in office because they were run out of town by the far left radical base of their party. And so President Trump is quite clear on this. He wants to see Republicans move as many good pieces of legislation for our country forward in the next 3 years of his administration as they possibly can. And the filibuster is one means to doing that.
Talked to Johnson and Thune about it. I know that they had both voiced some opposition. Have there been any conversations with them?
He has. He's made his position to them very clear, both publicly and privately. Ouija.
Can you help clear up some confusion about SNAP benefits? Because the president just posted that they will only be given out when the radical left Democrats open the government and not before. But just yesterday, the administration said it would comply with a court order to expend the full amount of SNAP contingency funds by end of business day yesterday. So did the administration distribute that money or defy that court order?
No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable.
I mean, yeah, let's be real. They got to move around the money because it's in a contingency fund. So they got to move that money around in order to get it to the American people. I mean, and that's just how the way it works in government. And they got different bank accounts and budgets for the stuff. So it is going to take a little while. But trust and believe the food stamps are coming. But we only probably got up to like 3 weeks of funding on food stamps because it's only like $5 billion when we need like $7 to $9 billion. So, Dems, it would have been a whole lot better if you just open up the government instead of relying on emergency funds that won't cover the American people all the way through. So, hey, we'll see. And hey, maybe they will open up the government after the election now that they done got their sweep because they didn't clean sweep it. I'll give it to the Dems. They didn't clean sweep in New York. They didn't clean sweep in Virginia and New Jersey. The problem is, though, that the Republic, we're not all that impressed, to be quite honest with you. Why? Because you guys already ran those areas. Like, let's say this. If you were in Ohio and you guys got a Democrat governor in Ohio, I would be impressed. I'd be like, okay, y'all cooking. But no. It's nothing like that. Like the blue state that you guys won was always a blue state. The blue cities, blue districts, all that good stuff. You guys didn't win anything new. So can you guys celebrate when you win something new? And you know what? I'll even be there right there with you guys to celebrate. I'll be right there with you. I ain't no hater.
position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future. And that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post. So the Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment in the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP. But it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who need food, who need this assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door. So if you are at home and you want your SNAP benefits, call the Democrats and tell them to reopen the government.
Blocking that contingency fund for the future if this shutdown lingers on?
Look, the president does not want to have to continue to dip into a contingency fund that doesn't even have enough money, by the way, to fund the full program. It takes $9 billion to get the full scale of the benefits out the door. This contingency fund only has about $5 billion in it. So again, Democrats need to reopen the government so we can get these benefits out the door for people who truly need them. Kate.
Thanks.
The president suggested that if Mamdani wins, that he would cut federal funding to New York. How much funding would be impacted? What would be impacted there?
Well, look, we won't get ahead of the election results, nor will I speak to what the president may do in the future. We'll see how tonight goes, and then I'll let him speak on it further.
And why did the administration exclude Democratic lawmakers last week? There was a briefing about U.S. strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats. Why were those Democrats excluded?
The administration has briefed Congress on these matters 8 separate times, and Democrats have been included in those briefings. In fact, I know that Secretary Rubio will be on Capitol Hill tomorrow to brief the Gang of 12, which includes Democrats as well. So the president's made it very clear, if senators want to understand the administration's operations against narco drug traffickers, we are very happy to speak with them about that, and we will continue to do so. But we've been incredibly transparent. As I said, there's been 8 briefings on this topic, with the 9th coming tomorrow. Rachel.
I mean, hey, that's one thing that congressmen do like to do, is that they'll ignore the briefing and then tell the American people, oh, I was never informed. I was never told about this. Dog, you ignored the briefing. They emailed you and you just said F it. How you going to tell the American people that they just ignored you and they're not being transparent?
Thanks, Caroline. There's been some reporting out there about the possibility of furloughed workers not getting back pay. We know that the president signed that bill into law in his first term. Does the administration guarantee that all furloughed workers will get back pay?
This is something we are very much open to discussing with Democrats as part of the discussions about the continuing resolution to keep the government open, and it's something that Republicans are talking with Democrats about right now. I won't get ahead of those negotiations or discussions.
That's a possibility that may not happen, even though it's law.
I just said Republicans in the White House are very much open to discussing this with Democrats.
And just one last question. As this government shutdown now drags on, about to make history as the longest government shutdown in American history, can you talk about what the president is personally doing to try to see an end to this?
He's pushing Republicans to keep voting and to keep opening up the Senate floor to vote for the clean continuing resolution. He had the Senate Majority Leader and the House Caucus Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, here at the White House to talk about this in the very early stages, to give them a chance to come to their senses and avoid this entire government shutdown at the very beginning. And they chose not to. And I think it's been very clear to everyone in this room and to everyone across the country that the Democrats are playing partisan politics with our United States federal government. And all Republicans have wanted to do for the last 35 days.
I mean, yeah, because they're like, they're kind of grandstanding on this one thing and they're not budging. Well, 2 things, and they're not budging on it. And it's supposed to be about negotiating. Because the Dems say, oh, well, Trump needs to negotiate them. We'll negotiate with them. All right, cool. I agree. I definitely agree with you guys on that. But negotiating doesn't mean capitulate. Negotiating doesn't mean that, we just give them what they want. We let them increase spending. We let them make permanence to the Obamacare health subsidies that's failing on affordability. So that's the problem. They're not negotiating with us. I mean, negotiating would have been like, all right, we'll give you a 1-year extension. Is that cool? Okay, yeah, we'll figure something out in between. That's negotiating. Negotiating would have been like, all right, y'all want 1.5 trillion in spending. Well, we ain't doing that. All right, well, what about you add like 100 billion back for rural hospitals or something? That's negotiating. But just sitting there and saying that we want you to take back everything you did with the big, beautiful bill, and we want you to make permanent the Obamacare healthcare subsidies, is like, that's not negotiating right there. That's holding the government hostage right there, because they're not moving off it, not one bit, not for no number or anything. But we'll never know. For all you know, Schumer could be making some backdoor deals that we don't know about.
Is reopen the government. That has been the president's position since day one. It is his position today on day 35. And all we need are 5 common sense Democrats have a little bit of courage and come to the table and vote with Republicans. I saw Senator John Fetterman on television last night saying that he hopes more folks in his party will step up. And we certainly agree with him on that point. Sure.
Caroline, the president posted on True Social that the voting underway in California is, quote, rigged. What evidence does he have of that, and what does it mean that mail-in ballots in that state are under legal and criminal review? By whom and why? And also, in this vein, does the White House still plan to issue an executive order banning mail-in voting, and what legal authority do you have to do that?
The White House is working on an executive order to strengthen our elections in this country and to ensure that there cannot be blatant fraud, as we've seen in California with their universal mail-in voting system. It's absolutely true that there's fraud in California's elections. It's just a fact. It is just a fact. They have a universal mail-in voting system, which we know is ripe for fraud. And if you want to deny that, I'm happy to provide you all of the evidence for it. I'd be glad to send that to you after this briefing.
Rigged.
Fraudulent ballots that are being mailed in the names of other people, in the names of illegal aliens who shouldn't be voting in American elections. There's countless examples, and we'd be happy to provide
Or
them.
the names of people who just used to live at that house. They forgot to change their voting registration or voter address. It gets their mail-in ballot gets sent to the house, and somebody who might be a Biden or Trump supporter will decide to double vote. So there you go. I mean, it could happen.
As for executive
Well, it has happened, actually.
action the White House is taking, yes, we are looking into that. And like any executive order, of course, any executive order the president signs is within his full executive authority and within the confines of the law. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got 2
Well,
questions.
guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, by the way. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And apparently, I'm going to have another debate for you guys lined up because I got my 2 favorite guys. We got Monty and Sid, hopefully. If Sid pulls up, we'll see.
Questions I'd like to ask you about New York, but first I'd like to ask you about breaking news from the Attorney General. She revealed just about an hour ago that the Biden Justice Department seized President Trump's official first-term phone and subpoenaed his private phone records. Do you have a reaction to that? And also, do we know if they actually got those private call records?
I saw the Attorney General's post on that. For additional questions, I would refer you to the Department of Justice, but I think this is just further evidence of the egregious overreach and weaponization of government that took place under the previous White House against then former President and now President Donald J. Trump. It was a clear effort by the Biden White House and the Biden DOJ to go after the president, and this is just further evidence of that.
On New York, we've seen the president's messages that he's put out, but could you describe how he's feeling as a New Yorker watching this election?
Well, the president is a New Yorker and he loves New York. It is his home. He talks about that all of the time, and he's made his thoughts on this election quite clear, I think, himself. In the back, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports.
I was going to you in the green, but go ahead and then you can have your question.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports that President Trump was due to host President of Syria, Ahmad al-Sharia, on Monday. Do you have any preview for that meeting? Is he expected to invite him to join the U.S.-led anti-ISIS coalition?
I can confirm that that meeting will be taking place here at the White House on Monday, and this is part of the president's efforts in diplomacy to meet with anyone around the world in the pursuit of peace. And as you know, when the president was in the Middle East, he made the historic decision to lift sanctions on Syria to give them a real chance at peace. And I think the administration, we've seen good progress on that front under their new leadership. And so he will be here at the White House on Monday, and I'll let the president speak further on it on Monday. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I was just curious, you had mentioned there that President Trump, as we know, has been speaking with Republican leaders in Congress about reopening the government. Is he involved in any other negotiations? And is he prepared to sign something if a deal does come out by the end of this week? On top of that, with SNAP benefits, does he have any authorities or considering any authority there to release more funds to help people who are desperately needing? these benefits?
So look, I think I've already answered the question on SNAP. We're complying with the court's order and we're getting that partial payment out the door as much as we can and as quickly as we can, but it's going to take some time because again, this is a prorated payment that we're tapping into a contingency fund for. The best way to get those payments out the door is for Democrats to reopen the government. But yes, the president is in constant communication with his friends on Capitol Hill. They know, they call, he answers, he picks up the phone. He's a very transparent president in that way. And as soon as the Democrats pass the clean continuing resolution, President Trump will be here to sign it. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump has threatened to go into Nigeria guns a-blazing if Nigeria's government does not stop the killing of Christians in that country. Has the White House heard back from Nigeria's government on this threat?
As the president stated, Michael, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the United States will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may take action to wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities, especially against innocent women and children. I don't have any further announcements on that for you today, but I can assure you the President of the United States is watching this situation unfold very closely, as is our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Question, Caroline. President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo in New York City's mayoral race. He has not by name endorsed Winsome Sears in Virginia's gubernatorial race. Why is that?
Look, as you know from this podium, I'm quite limited in what I can say with regards to ongoing political elections. I think the president has spoken for himself and what he wants to see take place in these elections today. Lalit.
Thank you. I would like to ask you about India-US relationship. What is President's thoughts on the future of India-US relationship?
I'm sorry, Lalit, can you repeat that?
What is President's thoughts on future of India-US relationship?
I think he feels very positive and strongly about it. As you know, he recently, a few weeks back, spoke to Prime Minister directly when he celebrated in the Oval Office Diwali with many high-ranking Indian American officials here at the White House. We have a great U.S. ambassador to India in Mr. Sergio Gore, who will represent our country very well. And the president and his trade team continue to be in very serious discussions with India with respect to that topic. So I know the president has great respect for Prime Minister Modi, and they speak pretty frequently. Thank you.
Hi, yes. The air traffic controller crisis ongoing. Secretary Duffy said he will now start to cancel on ground flights next week to maintain safety. Should people fly next week given this new information, and is the administration encouraging people?
Oh, shoot. Shout out to my man, Maine. Appreciate the support, my man. Calling is open. 1v1 set. No screaming, no children. Yes, please. If you are a naysayer, please come on up. I'll be happy to host the call and, hear your disagreements out. I did it with Christian, even though, my man just came out with the straight look. It's so funny how, like the liberals will say, oh, all Trump does is lie. And then literally maybe be misinformed, say something misinformed or lie themselves. Like the man literally said, there's been no positive job growth in 2025 when there has. For consecutive months, there's been no positive job growth, but there's positive job growth in October, just last month. I mean, hey, man, as long as you ain't coming like that, I honestly, I don't mind if you come like that, but hey, like, you give me a break on that. All right, guys, can I get one of the sensible Dems, please?
To stop flying altogether and look at alternative transportation modes.
The administration is encouraging Democrats to reopen the federal government so this chaos and disruption to our air traffic control system in the United States of America stops. It is ridiculous that we have even gotten to this place and that the Democrats have continued to shut down the government with 35 days, our air traffic controllers continuing to work unpaid, every single major airline in our country coming out and begging the Democrats to please reopen the government. And you had a Democrat staffer who was quoted, I believe in Politico a few weeks back, saying, short of planes falling out of the sky, we are not going to reopen the government. That is a reckless and dangerous statement from someone who didn't want to put their name on that statement, but we know it came from the Democrat Party. And I think we're very clear. We want to reopen the government so we can resume travel in the safest and most efficient way possible, especially as we head into the busiest travel season of the month. We have Thanksgiving in a few weeks. And so Americans across the country need to make it very clear to their Democrat representatives that we want this government to be reopened so we can resume safe and efficient travel. Fran.
Thanks, Caroline, as of last I checked, the president still had not commented on the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Is the White House involved in the funeral arrangements in any way? Does the president plan to speak at the funeral? Has he spoken to anyone in the Cheney family today?
And I mean, here's the worst part about it. I mean, the problem is the Dems are trying to hurt the Republicans by hurting the American people. And I mean, that's just sick. It is truly sick. Like, they're really sitting there voting on the CR bill, hurting the American people, but trying to blame it on the Republicans. It's like, that's the losing argument that the Dems are tackling right now. And that's why I say, like, right now, the shutdown is looking worse and worse for the Dems every single day. And I know you guys want to sit there, but said we just had a sweep in these states that were already yours to begin with. Okay, it was already yours to begin with, my friend. That's like, come on now. Like I said, when you win a red city or a red state, then I'll be impressed. But I mean, to retain what you guys already have, I'll be real with you. I'm not really too moved by it. But hey, though, congratulations.
And does the White House have an opinion on whether or not the former vice president should lie in honor or stay in the Capitol?
I don't believe the White House is involved in that planning, or at least hasn't gotten to it yet. I know the president is aware of the former vice president's passing, and as you saw, flags have been lowered to half staff in accordance with statutory law. Jasmine.
Thank you. Back on the question of the filibuster, how much political capital is President Trump willing to expend to get Republicans to do what he's asking? I mean, will we see him at the Hill? Will he be calling folks over here? What exactly is President Trump planning to do outside of these true socials and maybe some of these private conversations to get Republicans to fall in line?
Look, I think you'll see. I think you'll see the president continue to engage very strongly and consistently with his friends on Capitol Hill. I don't have any meetings to read out for you at this time, but I think you should stay tuned and keep your eyes on Truth Social on this matter. The president's making his position on it quite clear. And again, he is right. Republicans need to play tough. We know that this is what the Democrats will do if they are ever given the keys to power again. And he wants to pass as many good pieces of legislation as we possibly can for our country and for our people. That includes election integrity reforms. It includes additional tax policy. It includes, fixing our immigration system further in ways that only Congress can. And the president fears with a Democrat Party that is so radical and opposes everything he does and everything he says, this is the only option for Republicans to move forward. Karen.
Question. President Trump said to CBS in the 60 Minutes interview that he did not know the Binance founder, which he pardoned. What exactly did he mean for that? I know it caused.
He means he does not know him personally.
Yeah.
He means he does not have a personal relationship with this individual. And when it comes to pardons, the White House takes them with the utmost seriousness, and the president
And considering that our pardon czar is a black woman, which is low-key nice, but yes, our pardon czar is a black woman. So shout out to the Trump administration. So it was mainly up to the pardon czar that she mainly pick out these people that she feels have that was wrongfully convicted, or somebody in the Trump administration or somebody from outside of Trump administration will give her a recommendation. But I mean, now you can actually look this up. Yes, the pardon czar is a black woman. So hey, when y'all try to say that Trump hate black people, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, shoot, did you see who's running the what was it? HUD. You see who's running HUD? Housing and Urban Development. Black guy. Shout out to Luna. America first, America only. And man, don't I agree with that? If it ain't the Americans' people interest, hey man, I ain't really too concerned about it. But hey, unless maybe it's geopolitical stuff that ties into us.
And the responsibility that he has as president to issue clemency and issue pardons to individuals who are seeking that. That's why we have a very thorough review process here that moves with the Department of Justice and the White House counsel's office. There's a whole team of qualified lawyers who look at every single pardon request that ultimately make their way up to the President of the United States. He's the ultimate final decision maker. And he was very clear when he came into office that he was most interested in looking at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war.
Because the Biden, honestly, when he was going after that Binance guy, he was working for the big banks. He's working for the big banks to get this guy up out the way, because that was one of their main, competitors. Really, crypto in general is probably like the first competitor that popped up to the banking industry, and honestly, ever. ever. I don't know another competitor besides crypto. Crypto just came out of nowhere and kind of turned the banking industry on his head. Thank God. I mean, thank God they ain't the only game in town.
On the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon. Karen, yes.
Back on the issue of back pay for furloughed workers, you said that the White House is open to discussing that with Democrats, but what would that discussion even be? There was a law, the president signed it in 2019. What could a discussion look like? Why is that even open for discussion?
Look, Karen, as I said, Republicans are talking about that with Democrats right now, and I don't want to get in the middle of those sensitive conversations. But as we've complied with the SNAP order, the White House, the administration is always going to comply with the laws. We're always going to comply with the ruling of judges across the country. But the Republicans are discussing this matter with Democrats right now.
Why would there even be a consideration of not paying those workers?
Tom Dempsey with News Nation. Big day in the Supreme Court tomorrow with President Trump's tariff policy facing a legal challenge. What's at stake with that case? And if the Supreme Court rules against the Trump administration, what is Plan B for trade policy?
I'll tell you, the White House is always preparing for Plan B. It would be imprudent of the president's advisors not to prepare for such a situation. With that said, we are 100% confident in the president and his team's legal argument in the merits of the law in this case. And we remain optimistic that the Supreme Court is going to do the right thing. The importance of this case cannot be overstated. The president must have the...
let's be real. They're trying to take away his main bargaining chip when it comes to trade. Yes, when it comes to foreign trade, they're trying to take away his main bargaining chip. So we'll see what happens with that Supreme Court case. Trump is most likely going to win it because he has a lot of things working for him. I mean, especially the Trade Act of 1974 that pretty much covers him with all his implementations of tariffs. All of it is all covered under the Trade Act of 1974 and, of course, the Economic Emergency Powers Act. And they're debating the Economic Emergency Powers Act. They're not even debating the Trade Act. So the Trump administration, they got a pretty good argument because I did say it's like the courts, they basically in a way strawmanned them. They kind of focused on the EPA part or the Economic Emergency Powers Act instead of also focusing on the Trade Act, which he also has powers to implement tariffs under. So they didn't include the Trade Act in the argument. They just said, oh, well, we don't see this as an economic emergency, so we feel like you're wrongfully applying tariffs. That is literally the court's argument against Trump.
Emergency authority to utilize tariffs. Look at what President Trump has been able to do with the leverage and the power of tariffs. He's been able to sign peace deals all over the world and end global conflicts and literally save lives. He's been able to bring in trillions of dollars of investments into our country. In fact, this year alone, we are going to cut the deficit by $600 billion, namely because of the president's effective use of tariffs. And the president strongly believes that economic security is a matter of national security. And tariffs have a lot to do with that. And this case is not just about President Trump. It's about the use of this emergency authorization for tariffs for future presidents and administrations to come. And we're confident and hopeful that the Supreme Court will do the right thing. Kristen.
Why did President Trump get an MRI during his recent visit to Wall Street?
Look, as President Trump said, he would inquire with the physicians. I'll check back on that. But as the physical itself stated, Kristen, and as you all know, because you are all witness to it, every single day the president is in optimal physical health. This was a follow-up appointment, and we provided a detailed readout of that physical. I'm happy to give it to you again, and I can inquire further.
With all due respect, an MRI...
I mean, let's be real. They did come out and read you guys what was going on with Trump when he had discoloration in his hand. So let's be real. They're being pretty transparent. I mean, they could have hid the fact that he got an MRI, possibly, but they didn't. So it is a bit crazy how the Dems are looking for any reason to try to say, oh, this might be another Biden. This might be another Biden part 2 with the Republicans. I'm like, nah, trust me. Trust me. I mean, for some reason, I don't think that, and I'm going to say for some reason, because let's be real, Trump, he's up there in age, but I think the man is a bit more healthier than Biden, cognitively speaking, of course, because he can still speak straight. He's not stumbling over his words. He can hold speaking engagements for hours and hours. So yeah, we can't say he's anywhere close to Biden.
Very specific procedure. It's done on a part of the body looking for something specific. So it's not generally part of any kind of routine checkup. And in addition, President Trump has said that he wants to be transparent. He told us to ask the doctors, which we have and have not heard back. Why don't we have more information on this?
As I said, I'll check back for you. Go ahead.
Karen, can you update us on the mediation efforts this administration is leading in Sudan, trying to achieve a ceasefire there?
Sure, yes. The United States is actively engaged in efforts to bring about a peaceful resolution to the terrible conflict in Sudan. We remain committed to working with our international partners, including Quad members, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, as well as others, to lead a negotiated peace process that addresses both the immediate humanitarian crisis and the longer-term political challenges. I actually spoke with Secretary Rubio about this morning, as of course there's been, kind of an uptick in recent reporting on the matter, and he assured me that the administration is very much engaged. We're in pretty frequent communication with those Arab partners that I just mentioned, and we want to see this conflict come to a peaceful end, just as we have with so many others, but the reality is it's a very complicated situation on the ground right now.
Yes. Hi, yes. Just trying to go back into the subject of Mexico. Is the Trump administration planning to send U.S. troops to Mexico to combat drug cartels, as reported by other outlets?
That's not something I would confirm from this podium if it were happening, so I will not comment on that.
Thank you, Caroline. Why did the president decide not to go to the Supreme Court tomorrow? He'd indicated earlier that he might want to go and attend in person.
Yeah.
Now he's saying he's not going to go. Why?
The president did have an interest in attending the Supreme Court hearing tomorrow, as I just expressed how important it is to him, the administration, and the country, this case. But he is traveling to Miami tomorrow, as you all know, to give an economic address with the mayor of Miami and many global business leaders to talk about his historic success with the economy over the past 10 months and talk about sort of where we are headed as a country in terms of our economy. So he'll be traveling tomorrow on the road in Miami. That's why he won't be here, but Secretary Scott Bessent will be in attendance at the hearing tomorrow at the request of the president.
Oh, sorry guys, I was muted. But yes, they're hearing our arguments right now. Like this right now live. The Supreme Court hears arguments in Trump's tariffs case is happening right now. So we should be getting some word in maybe in a couple of days down the line. So guys, yes. I'm going to go ahead and listen to this later on during the day to see, all the arguments that are laid out, and I'll come with you with them. But right now, I have pretty good confidence. I have really good confidence that Trump is going to win this case because there's just so many angles they can attack the argument with.
He has said that he doesn't want to export the high-end NVIDIA chips to China, but the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that there was some question about whether the president would raise this as a possible concession with the Chinese side during his meeting with Xi Jinping. So does the White House consider NVIDIA chip exports to China to be a closed issue right now, or is this an ongoing negotiation between the United States, China, and NVIDIA at this point?
The president has made his position on this very clear, both to the Chinese and also to all of you. He's answered this question directly. As for the most advanced chips, the Blackwell chip, that's not something we're interested in selling to China at this time. Annie.
Smart.
Does the president think that the results of the Virginia or New Jersey potential rail races tomorrow or statewide races tomorrow will in any way reflect a voter sentiment towards his administration?
Look, Annie, I'm not at liberty to talk about the election results, and I certainly won't get ahead of them. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals that may or may not happen tonight. We'll have to watch and see. And I'm sure you'll hear directly from the president tomorrow on that point.
Quickly on Snap, just really quickly. Is there anything that prompted the president's tweet this morning? Because it did seem quite different from some of his other communications about Snap. It seemed a little bit out of the left field. I'm just wondering if he had a conversation or if there's anything you're aware of that caused him to decide to, at around 11 o'clock, to send out that message.
Look, the president is constantly well read on the news, as you know, and he is very much aware we are in day 35 of a government shutdown in which these SNAP benefits were put.
I'm 2 days off. Okay, day 35. Yep, we're day 35, and that is that's basically a record. Have we went longer? Probably.
Pushing them out the door. USDA put out that guidance to the states this morning. The president was aware of that, and he wants to make it very clear that these benefits are in jeopardy because of the Democrats, and they should just open the government so that we can continue getting these funds out the door in an easier and more efficient way.
There's some new reporting that just dropped a few minutes ago that the Trump administration is negotiating with the
makers of Ozempic to sell some weight loss drugs for $149 a month. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Do you have any more information on that? Can you confirm that?
I think the president has said himself in previous most favored nations announcements that this is something that the administration has been engaged in and looking into. I won't get ahead of the president on any future announcements, but I will echo his strong commitment to bringing down drug prices in this country. And you've heard it directly from
I mean, yeah, he already got Pfizer, AstraZeneca out of, I believe it was the UK. But yes, he got those two major pharmaceutical companies, not only to lower their prices on certain drugs for Medicaid, Medicaid individuals or recipients, but he also got these guys to promise to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. when it comes to certain pharmaceuticals. So not only is he bringing down prices on pharmaceuticals, but he's also giving jobs to the American people in the pharmaceutical sector. Shout out.
Secretary Kennedy and Dr. Marty
Oh, man,
McCary
that's
and
money.
his entire Health and Human Services team, how committed the president is to bringing down the cost of drugs, and we're working with pharmaceutical companies to do that every day.
Very quickly, Caroline, on SNAP. I know it's been asked, and I know Reach asked it, but I want to put a fine point.
Oh, guys, you know, the call line is still open for the naysayers. Yes, if you disagree with Trump in any way, shape, and form, I'll be happy to have you on, host the call, and debate you on that one. Shoot, or I might just have one of my co-hosts tackle you. You never know. You never know who you might get up here. But please, if you disagree with Trump and you feel oh so confidently about it, I would advise you to come up here and have your voice heard.
You talked about the president's post here, and he wrote that SNAP benefits will only be given when radical left Democrats open up the government. I understand your previous answers, but as written, how would that not violate court order as it's written?
I've now answered this question several times, Gabe. We are complying with the court's order.
Oh, and how do you call in? You call in by going to my main page, hitting the post tab, and in that first link you see. The first link you see is going to be the StreamYard link, and it'll send you right here.
We are getting the payments out the door as quickly as we can. USDA sent the guidance to the state. The president is referring to future SNAP payments. He does not want to have to keep tapping in to an emergency fund and depleting it. In the case of a catastrophe in this country, he wants to have those funds preserved as they should be. And he's made it very clear Democrats should reopen the government. I have one final positive note for all of you. I told you I would keep you posted when the White House would resume public tours. Well, I'm pleased to announce the Office of the First Lady has reopened the doors for public tours on Tuesday, December 2nd. There will be an updated route, of course, for guests in light of the ballroom construction that's taking place, but we very much look forward to celebrating the holiday season in the public and members of Congress, and anyone who wants to come visit the First Lady's beautiful decorations is welcome to go to whitehouse.gov.
All right, now before we get into the next video, I mean, shout out to my man Alan.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, it's all good, Alan. It's all good. And all right, and I mean, shout out to Monty. But Alan,
good day,
I'll
sir.
let you go ahead and have it first. What's your disagreements, brother?
Yeah, what's up? You know, I actually got a bit of a question for you.
Sure.
If you don't mind. Why do you, so I don't know. I mean, you ask what you want my disagreements. So what are your agreements? Why do you support him? Like, give me like specific reasons why you
immigration, the economy. The economy did real well under Trump his first term. That kind of sold me a bit. Immigration immigration helps out the black people in my community, the black community. So that's another reason why, because the Dems weren't taking that serious. And there's a lot of other reasons, but it's kind of escaping my head right now.
All right, so like when you say like the economy, like what specific parts of the economy?
He brought more jobs into the economy. He was able to get wages to go up, and we was in a lot better place, including with pricing and inflation. And then now that we had Biden naturally up, so we can definitely say that Trump had a better economy, and of course we could also say that Trump handles immigration better.
When you say yeah, I mean, fair enough. When you say immigration better, do you mean you just want closed borders?
Oh no, I mean closed borders, and I want the illegals out.
I was gonna say Set actually disagrees with Trump on that regard. He wants the borders closed, and he wants Americans to be given a chance, to be given a break for a little bit of prosperity for a while. I not to cut you off, Set, but that is Set's personal opinion. I kind of share a little bit of that, but Trump does not believe that himself. So that would be something that we almost agree on, but it's better than just having open borders and fucking
and one
amnesty
thing
for
too.
all.
And one thing too, also sticking it to the rich guy by putting tariffs on these guys, and to stop making them take advantage of slave wages overseas.
Okay.
It's also
How do tariffs work?
Tariffs work because, well, tariffs work by when the importer pays the tariffs at the port, but economically it could get pushed down. It could get pushed down to the supplier and they can reduce their pricing, or the importer could eat the cost by profit margins or reducing overhead costs. I mean, you know, like workers and all that good stuff. So,
Has that
and
happened
tariffs,
yet?
yes,
I guess
actually,
my
yes, it has.
question,
GM actually came out and said that they will be eating the tariffs to their profit margin. I mean,
dude, we're
so yes.
losing jobs right now.
No, we're not.
We're
Bro,
down like
Anyway,
no, we're
hold on,
not,
100,000
hold
on
on.
the
bro.
year.
I
No, we're
just read
not.
out, dog. I just read out to the last guy. I'm not sure if you was
The
here for
Bureau
the
of
last
Economic,
debate, but I just read out to the
they
last
just,
guy how we had a positive. The USA economy added 42,000 private sector jobs in October 2025. So
where's
I'm
that
not
coming
sure you
from?
guys are getting
If you
this
don't mind
from.
me asking.
The
Where's it coming from?
BLS, the Bureau
I
of
mean,
Labor
shoot, it's coming from
Statistics.
PBS, CNN, NBC News,
No, but like, I
CNNBC,
mean, the
Los
government itself
Angeles
has
Times,
not.
all say the same thing, my friend. All of it say the same thing. So,
It's
All right, I'll look into it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
oh, no
no,
problem, big dog.
but
Shoot.
I was
I
just
mean,
curious.
before you hop off, I guess my question to you is, now you asked a kind of a loaded question. How do tariffs work? And Set answered you technically, the technical answer of how tariffs work, like the mechanism in which they do something. The way tariffs work is they drive a supply and demand curve in the favor of the home team. That's how they work in philosophy and in actuality. It drives the supply and demand curves because the supply, it manipulates the supply and demand curve is what it does, because you have this super cheap product that now you're making more expensive, so people are less likely to buy super cheap product, and if given the option would buy an American product because that's
Right,
And
what
but
they're
when it
Alex,
comes to
designed to
like
do.
imported vegetables and stuff, I mean,
I
that
We
actually have a
don't
doesn't.
question for you. I have a question for you. So I'm pretty sure your argument on tariff is that it's a tax on the American people. Is that where you're going?
I think my
I
argument on tariffs is that it very easily can become that, especially
Okay.
after his whole Liberation Day antics that led to little economic growth at all. I mean,
But here's the thing,
for
though, because
they
like it kind of
haven't
creating
been
seems like no.
one
Here's
of
the
the
implemented
thing.
yet.
biggest
Like
It's still
I
economic
hear the
before it
liberals
advantages.
out
include.
on we need
Wait,
to
wait,
tax
wait,
the
wait.
rich more, right? I hear you guys out on that. But here's
But
the
we're
thing: when we
taxing
tax the rich,
companies
you guys
that
start complaining about it being passed down to the consumer. So here's the thing: we could have raised the corporate tax, and that could have got passed down to us. We could have raised income tax,
does it
that
not
could have
ever
passed
get
down to
passed to
us.
the consumer?
So you guys complaining about tariffs is like you guys are complaining about almost any tax that affects the rich. So are you for the
When you
So
rich?
say
here's the
the
People,
rich though, are you talking about
corporates.
corporations? Like
Yes,
what is the
corporations.
rich? Like
Sorry, my bad.
American
Corporations.
corporations, outside U.S. corporations.
Inside both. They both do it. They both
people that are
American
benefit from it.
corporations
exporting.
are getting taxed more because of tariffs.
Yes, they absolutely
Yes.
are. They're
Yeah.
they're
They're
effective
the
payments
importers.
to the government. Their
On what
effective
metric?
payments to the government are going up because of tariffs. That is what a tariff is designed to do. Is it's a tax on imported goods. It's a duty. It's I mean, you can call it whatever you want to call it. It is a tax on the manufacturer of a product or an importer of a product.
Mm.
And while you will see prices go up, I don't know where this fucking left versus right. Oh, it's not going to cause prices to go up. It absolutely is going to cause inflation, but it's also going to cause fucking wages to match inflation. So it's like it never really fucking happened.
All right, I'll take
But
your word on it.
I
You guys
mean,
are being very respectful. I appreciate it. I call in on a lot
okay,
of these shows. I'm trying to get the other perspective, whatever. I mean,
Oh, well,
that's
I
fair.
appreciate that.
respect
I'll look
that.
into that. No, I mean, like for real, bro. I mean, I don't know. I've been told that I've been in the liberal echo chamber my whole life, and I'm trying
I
to
mean, there's a
just
lot
see
of
what other
there's a
people
lot
have
of
to say
people
about it.
there are a lot of people that live in that echo chamber and only look to validate their own points.
Yeah.
Um, so if people have told you that, then maybe you're coming off as if you're just trying to self-validate, and
No,
that
I'm
is,
seriously asking, brother.
yeah,
I want to
okay,
look
fair.
in.
Then that's fair. That's fair. Like,
I can
but there
respect it.
there is a lot more to it than, oh, Susie down the street pays more at CVS now because fucking NyQuil has 100% tariff on it. It works a lot differently than what is being presented to the American people. And I would argue that the American people suddenly become experts overnight on things they've never heard about before. And you're getting opinions that are just circulating and falling into political camps.
All right, yeah, word.
All right, yo, Alan, let me ask, like, so wait, where are you from?
Michigan, Detroit.
Oh,
damn.
okay, well, I mean,
I'm sorry.
Okay, well, it kind of
we're doing pretty
explains
good. We're doing pretty good right now, honestly.
Is the water still getting lit on fire, or is that's Flint? Never mind.
Yeah, that's a different story. Don't talk. We ain't talking about Flint.
But
They fucked that
Detroit's a
shit
good
up
place.
all the way up. Yeah, no, I mean it's pretty cool. We're actually on the increase. Well, no, that's kind of beside the point. But no, I mean I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm just not a huge fan of the social policies, I suppose. I think that's my biggest like turnoff and what kind of keeps me in the echo chamber. If
I
I'm
don't
being
think
real
you're.
with you.
I mean, if I'm being real with you, you don't seem like you're in an echo chamber. You seem like you're being
I mean, I
open to
try not to.
whatever.
I'm a history major. I'm a fourth year college student, so like I have a vague understanding of how you know what I mean. That's my interest when it comes to
How
like
history has worked.
when
So
it comes to like economics and stuff. I'm not very educated. I'll admit that. You know what I mean. So like I'm
I'll
just kind of here for
I'll
the
challenge
along for
you.
the
I'll
ride.
challenge you this. Go look up how the
Yes.
United States was run for the first 100 years of its existence.
In what way? Like a specific?
Like how
things
how
are?
how things were paid for until World War One.
Yeah, how the government was funded.
It was. I'm not gonna be fucking coy about it. It was based off of tariffs.
Yeah, I
Now
get you.
we
Oh yeah.
we
Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're
yeah.
saying.
And we didn't have an income tax at all. Period. Until World War One, when we needed more money to pay for things, and everybody stopped fucking trading because we were in a world war.
Right.
So it has worked in the past. It's not some completely unprecedented thing. It has not ever happened in this modern day economy, but economies are economies. It's numbers on an abacus is all it is. And
Yeah.
just because the abacus gets bigger doesn't mean things change.
True. But all right.
Damn,
Yeah.
yeah, that's some real shit. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. Well, I appreciate it. You know, I call in a lot of these shows. I'll be real with you, and I try not to be combative because I genuinely like hearing what people have to say. You guys
Yeah.
have been genuinely like top two most respectful fellas. You state your opinion and you tell me. I'm being real with you. You guys are
Yeah.
kind of assholes. Not you guys, but anyone with a MAGA
Republicans.
hat, I call in and I'm just like, yo, you know, I'm kind of liberal. Like, what's up with you? Like, why do you support it? And they'll just be like, bye. It's like,
It's because
damn, all right.
there's a lot of division in this country. There's a lot of
Oh,
people that are
100%.
completely shut off from the idea of talking to the other person, and it goes both ways.
Oh, 100%.
I'm not gonna.
100%.
I would
I've
say
seen.
I'll say there's too much shutting down of conversation on each side because I have seen some MAGA guys low key just completely shut down a liberal, and I've seen some liberals actually come up there in good faith. Yeah, there's some that come up in bad faith. A lot of them do, and I think that's. And you know what? I would say the same thing for liberals debating MAGA. There's a lot of MAGA guys that'll come up there in bad faith, and at a certain point, you can't even tell the guys who are coming up in good faith anymore. You're just like you're just lashing out on everybody.
I'll be honest with you. When you started posing questions, I thought you were coming up in bad faith. Like I was like, oh great, here we go again. Because there's a lot of people that do that. I've dealt with it constantly, and S.E.T has dealt with it way more than I have. And it gets exhausting. So I could see why people would be shut. Like I understand why everybody shuts each other down, because you get fucking keyboard warriors that come up, and they don't actually want to have a conversation. They just want to get a soundbite.
Yeah. Well, I do debates actually a good amount now.
Keep it
just
up.
with like random YouTubers, whatever. I try to get in contact with them and do like an hour here, a couple hours here. But mostly on like social issues when it comes down to it, which has kind of been the reason why I'll be real with you. It's at least 80% of the reason why I can't stand like most MAGA people. They just seem to be so apathetic to like social issues that like when they just be like, but the economy's good, it's like, yeah, but like, why are you why you know what I mean?
You want to know where
And that confuses me. So like that's kind of where I got most of my position from, especially where I grew up and just hearing because I live right outside Detroit, and then my dad lives in Dearborn.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Like, MAGA will say the economy's good, but we still got a healthcare crisis. We still got this going on.
And they like to avoid that. And they don't want to talk about they don't want to talk about human rights abuses. They don't want to talk about these problems. They want to get away from that. What's that?
I would love to address that, and maybe I can speak for some of MAGA. I can't speak for 77 million people or 80
Oh
million,
yeah,
whatever the hell
of
it is.
course. Yeah, yeah.
But I will tell you where you start to lose me, right? When you try to weaponize my sympathy against me and say, well, how could you feel this way? That draws people to become a lot more callous and a lot more argumentative in their positions. For example, this idea that there's 42 million people that are losing food assistance on SNAP. Well, the question shouldn't be, how the hell are we going to pay for it? It should be, why the hell are there 42 million Americans, 1/7 of the country,
Yeah.
1 in 7 people are on food stamps? Why? Why is that? I'd argue that we have built more, not a social safety net, but a platform for people to be reliant on. And now we're seeing the consequences of being reliant on the government. The government at any time can decide, oh, I don't want to pay you anymore. But they're still collecting our tax money.
Right,
Go ahead and
right.
miss your taxes. Go ahead and fucking not file or not pay what you owe to the government. They'll fucking show up at your fucking doorstep, but you can't do that to them. So this idea that I don't think it's apathy. I think a lot of Republicans that I speak to, including myself, have seen both sides of the options, right?
Sure,
I see how socialism works. I see how socialistic ideas and good intentioned people who know no better want to do things. And I've also seen what being a product of my own environment and being a product of my own work has gotten me. And I've gotten a hell of a lot more out of myself than I have relying on the government. So I understand social issues. Trust me. I have the first 2 weeks that I was 18 years old, I lived in a tree. And if it weren't for, food stamps and public assistance, I'd be fucked. Right.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's not a position of apathy. It's not we could never know, we don't understand because whatever X, Y, and Z, right? It's wait a second. I've gone through this, and I've seen if you're really trying what it takes to turn yourself around. But I also see people that want to. I call it a professional victim. They're always going to feel slighted about something, and those people tend to be on the left. And
All right.
so that's why you get a lot of the apathy and a lot of the, well, I really don't care, because it's frustrating. It's frustrating to try to lead a horse to water and not make him drink.
All right, guys, and let me get to the super chat real quick, and we'll go ahead and keep it putting out. It's all good, Monty. Hey, we love to have you on. Shout out my man, Maine Arbor. He says, set for Andrew Dominican to join the call-in. I mean, Andrew, if you're in here, please go ahead. You can come in here as well. We are about to go ahead and get to the next video. So I'll go ahead and bring, if Andrew want to come back on, I'll go ahead and bring these guys back up. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get back to the show. But hey, Alan, appreciate you coming out.
I appreciate it. You guys are great. Like seriously, I'll be tuning in. Thank you.
Hey, no problem, man. Have a good one. All right, man. Hey, but you gotta love those type of guys.
With us now, an all New Jersey panel: Democratic strategist Julie Rudzinski and Republican strategist Mike Duhame. In an off-year election like this,
so yeah, let's get into a little bit of Democratic gloating. Okay, we gonna let y'all gloat. We gonna let y'all have y'all moment. Okay, y'all somewhat let us have our moment during the election. We'll let y'all have y'all moment now. I'm a fair guy.
There are dangers of over-interpreting the results and also under-interpreting. So instead of making you choose, I think I'm going to give you a chance to do both, right? So over-interpret what we saw in New Jersey and Virginia, because actually I think it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, the overinterpretation of this is that this is a permanent majority that Democrats will be able to keep. And what you saw, at least in New Jersey, I have to look at the numbers in Virginia, is there are cohorts of voters who came out very strongly for Mikey Sherrill, who are not necessarily Democratic voters anymore, specifically the Latino community, which Democrats, I think, for many, many years used to take for granted. You cannot take that community.
I mean, the Latino community has always been Democrat voters. I mean, like, that's like saying the black community, oh, we was really surprised by the black community's turnout for the Democrats. Bro, we've been doing that forever now. What do you mean?
For granted anymore. They performed for her last night. They did not perform for Kamala Harris last time. And Democrats better make sure that they deliver for that community in a real and meaningful way to keep that community in the tent. That's just one example of a community.
An overinterpretation would be, Democrats have Latinos
we
back.
don't have Latinos.
Right, but that's the
Yeah,
concern. You could
right.
read this, and let me just show what people you mean. Passaic County, which has got the largest population of Hispanics in the state.
I mean, I'll be real with you. Y'all sure do got the Latinos back. Shit, the illegal ones, y'all got they back. Shoot, y'all ignore the legal Latinos for the illegal ones for some reason. But I like the legal ones. I like the legal ones and the native-born ones. Okay, those are the only Latinos I like. The legal ones and the native-born.
Passaic County, Mikey Sherrill won 57-42, so a 15-point spread in Passaic County. You're like, oh, it's largely Hispanic. This is New Jersey. You would think that this would always be the case. Donald Trump won this county by about 3 points.
Barely.
Just last year. So, Mike Duhame, again, overinterpret these results.
I grew up in Passaic County, so I know that area very well. I think the overinterpretation is Democrats looking at this and saying, oh, we're going to sweep everything.
The difference is that one was for the country. People did not feel comfortable with how Biden was running the country, and Kamala Harris ain't offer anything new. Now, when it comes to their city or their state, a lot of people were okay with how their state was being ran. I mean, it being a Democrat or not. So they were okay with their Democrat governor. They just wasn't okay. That's pretty much was it. I mean, you can vote for a Republican president and then still vote blue in your city, state. I mean, well, yeah, your city, state, and district. Like it's possible. Just because that county turned out for Trump doesn't mean that, oh, well, that means it's going to go red. I mean, no, they voted for Trump. I mean, that the thing is about Trump is that Trump isn't just the biggest conservative. He's like a 90s Democrat. So a lot of the people in these blue states can low-key get down with him. Now, the conservatives that they got running against Cheryl, they was probably more of an outright conservative. And sometimes being an outright conservative or going too far to the right kind of push people away. Like, people are okay with conservatism, but sometimes some of the conservatives are too far right.
Everything next year, we're going to get back to the U.S. Senate. We're going to win back all these governor's races. I think in reality,
like, man, if you're going to change people from out the left, you kind of got to ease them into it. Not just hit them with the no abortions. God is everything. Guns for everybody. It's like, even though I love those things, but I'm just saying, you kind of got to ease them into that.
What you learned last night was where Donald Trump is strong, it's unique to him. He has some downsides, certainly, and we saw that last night, but I think the overinterpretation would be, hey, we're going to sail forward, whether we have a socialist in New York or more centrist candidates in New Jersey and Virginia. I think you really have to look state by state and district by district.
So what's the underinterpretation, though? Because maybe the White House is waking up and saying, this isn't our problem. We just had weak candidates in this state.
Yeah, the underinterpretation is when you lose by double digits in both these states, it certainly says something.
I mean, when you lose by double digits in a blue state, in blue cities, in blue districts by double digits, I mean, it's expected, to be quite honest with you. That's expected. So I'm not really sure what's the confusion here. Is just I'm not sure why they're trying to over glorify it. Maybe they really need this win, so they got to like blow it up. But you guys won a state you already had. Okay? Like, not even I was sitting there believing that the Republicans were going to win. Not one time did I say, oh, for sure, a Republican's going to take Virginia or NY, because I didn't believe in it. Like, I said, hey, anything can happen. I hope it does. But 9 times out of 10, the Dems are going to win it. So you guys acting like this is a shot to the Republicans, it just shows how thirsty and petty you guys are for a win, to be quite honest. I'm going to be real with you. You guys might want to stop celebrating this as if it's a win against the Republicans, because we're just looking at y'all like, that been y'all state, those been y'all districts, that been y'all cities. So what did we lose? Y'all pretty much just fought for what y'all already had. Which is cool. Like I said, congratulations, but don't kind of treat this as a win over the Republicans now. I mean, you didn't take anything from us.
When Republicans have won New Jersey in the past and Virginia, 2009,
that was crazy.
For Republicans in 2010, 1990.
To bring back, they went red in 2009, bro. Really? In 2009, with Obama, like, bro. Come on, dog. Come on, bro. That's a long time ago. You can't sit there and compare 2009 and Virginia and New Jersey to 2025. I mean, these are completely different people right now we're dealing with.
1994 Republicans.
Shoot, a whole new generation of young voters that we're dealing with.
Taking back the House. I mean, you cannot sugarcoat this. This was a blowout. And it wasn't just New Jersey and Virginia. Local races in Connecticut, statewide races in Georgia, county races in Pennsylvania. This was an epic blowout. This was a bloodbath for the Republican
Pretty
Party.
much 100% across the board, or hundo P, as my 18-year-old boys would say. This was like a hundo P night for Democrats. So all the Cheryl people and people close to the Cheryl campaign last night, I kept on asking them, what's the lesson for Democrats going forward? And what they said is, look at the combination that we ran on. Yes, we ran against Donald Trump and we held him up because he's deeply unpopular in this state, but we kept on tying him to the economy and affordability. And when you do both, that puts Democrats in a better position.
You know, look, they're probably going to take exception to this, but there's not much difference between the campaign, not the quality of the campaign, but the messaging that Zohran Mamdani ran here in New York, Mikey Sherrill ran in New Jersey, Abigail Spanberger ran in Virginia. All of it was tied to the issue of affordability.
Wow. So you're telling me that all of y'all suck at affordability in y'all states? I mean, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But here's the thing, though. Like I said, I mean, Monty, I know you said, let me get Monty up here so I don't bastardize your argument. But Monty, wait, you said they were red? You said Virginia was red? I thought they were blue the entire time.
Virginia had a Republican governor, Republican lieutenant governor, and a Republican AG. However, historically, since 1965, whoever's been in the White House, the opposite party has bucked the system in Virginia. So nothing is new about what happened. I second your argument. Nothing unexpected happened last night. A Democrat is running New York City. Big shocker. A Democrat's running New Jersey. Big shocker. What has happened for the last 50, 60 years has happened in Virginia. Not really a shocker. However, what we can say is the Republicans do not have very good marketing. If the guy that says, "Oh, I'd like to put 2 bullets in the guy," in a room full of 3 people.
Okay. I was just checking too. It was Ralph Northam. Okay, no, he was the last governor. Now, yeah, he was Democratic, but the last time they had a Republican governor was in 2010, 2014. Yeah, 2010.
Right now. No, what's his name? Look up the Republican governor right now.
For Virginia or New Jersey? Because Virginia, their old governor's name was Governor Ralph Northam, and he's time in office.
Now, what the fuck is the Virginia governor's name? I have the name on the tip of my tongue. It's a Republican, though.
Yeah, no, it's it's from 2028 to maybe 2022. So was there a Republican for the last two? Because I'm looking at the former governors of Virginia, and all I'm seeing is the top list is this guy.
It's
Ralph.
Glenn Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin is the current governor that just and Virginia does not allow consecutive terms for their governors. So Glenn Youngkin is the governor right now. He is a Republican. His lieutenant governor was the lady that was running against Abigail Spanberger for governor. The AG that was a Republican as well. Yeah, that whole ticket was Republican, and now it's all Democrat. That has happened since 1965. Every time there's a Republican in office, a Democrat gets elected as governor. Every time there's a Democrat in office, a Republican. It's a weird historical thing that happens in Virginia. But it's because they do not allow their governors to serve consecutive terms. So it's always a new person running every 4 years.
All right,
but yeah, nothing. What we should take away from this is that our messaging is not strong enough, for one, because we're not doing anything wrong other than we're just not fucking getting our message out there. Democrats are able to say, "Oh, this is a Republican shutdown," while the Democrats are saying, "Oh, we can let them go hungry. That's our leverage." So none of this should be surprising to anybody. I've been saying for weeks, I hope New York gets Zohran Mamdani so they can see what socialism really looks like, so they can see what capitalism has built up and Democrats have ruined, and now they're just going to put the final nail in the coffin. I hope all of his agenda gets through. I hope New York suffers for what they voted for. Like that's what they chose. That's what they wanted.
Oh wow, bro! They let Jay Jones win, bro.
Yes, the guy that said he would put 2 bullets in a room with Hitler, Mussolini, and his opponent. He'd put 2 bullets in his opponent,
and then wish death on his children. Hey, but now we can confirmly say that the Dems do not condemn political violence. They don't, or he wouldn't be
not
here.
at all. They elected him for it.
They literally, you guys literally elected a man who wished death on children. Like, bro, if you're in Virginia, bro, you're cooked, bro. I'm just be real with you. You can never say in your life, if you're a Democrat in Virginia, I never want to hear it come out your mouth that we condemn political violence because Jay Jones is your AG.
And he's going to be the one prosecuting violence. That's
Look,
that's the top fucking cop in Virginia right now is that guy. So nothing's crazy. Nothing abnormal happened. Nothing freaking whatever. And you can call it whatever you want, you know. It was a Democratic sweep, and like the markets were predicting 99% that there was going to be a Democrat sweep. Like, why are we surprised about any of this? We shouldn't change about anything about what we do. We just need to brand it more. We need to say, hey, this is why we want illegals out. Stop letting the media spin the narrative for us.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm wondering because, like I said, I wasn't really tuned into the campaign over there, but they're saying that they linked everything to affordability. And I would ask the people of those states, it's like, isn't it kind of crazy how all you are suffering from affordability in these blue states?
What's crazy?
And you guys are voting for this. Like, come on now.
You know what's absolutely crazy? So Virginia has a Republican governor right now. Over the Republican governor's term, they are in a budget surplus. Gas prices are down to like $2.35 a gallon. Everything is affordable in Virginia.
Oh, they're about to have a Trump effect. They're about to have the Trump because that's the same way Trump kind of left out. Like everything was low-key in good standing, and then they got their Democrat, and now all of a sudden shit goes awry. And then 2-3 years later, we got Trump.
It's gonna go to shit. And now they have a super majority in the House of Delegates. They have 66 members in the House, or 64 guaranteed seats out of 100. So now you're going to get you're going to get a stark contrast between Republicans and Democrats and how Republicans and Democrats run the state.
You gotta love it.
I hope everybody in Virginia remembers this. I hope you remember this come midterms, because I guarantee you by midterms that shithole is going to be a shithole.
I mean, like, let's be real. If you're telling me I go from a Republican governor to a Dem and shit gets worse, that kind of goes to prove our point. Like, all right, but hey, they might have a Trump effect. They might be going through the Trump effect to where, well, you get out, you voted out the Republican that was doing well for you guys because you guys wanted a Dem, and now
they didn't vote out the Republican. The Republican can't run again. They can only serve one term.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow. That means the other Republicans. So it even wasn't even off that Republican's performance. It was mainly just a bad. Maybe the candidate wasn't good. Like I was saying, like
Winston Sears was not. What I've been hearing is that Winston Sears did not run an effective campaign.
Makes sense.
And Trump didn't endorse her. You know, a lot of things are to do with that. But at the same time, it's 57-42. 57% voted for the Democrat. So there's no what you have is a lot more Democratic turnout, which is what happens when you have a Republican in office. You have a lot more Democratic turnout, or vice versa. When you have a Republican or a Democrat in office, you have a lot more Republican turnout in the state of Virginia. They can't figure out what they want over there.
Nah, for real. But if we look at the results, I mean, you know, it was a decently close race. You're right, 52 to. And bro, it's so funny how what was it, bro? The end. What was it? The end. The double C. Man,
NCAA or
NCAA. NAACP. Loki went for Abigail Spanberger instead of a black woman. I was like, yep. I was like, I knew you guys weren't for black people. I knew it was all about politics.
It's all identity politics until a Republican's running. That's why I say they don't care about the black community unless they can get the black Democratic vote. That's all they care about. They don't care about you guys. And I hate to be so fucking crude about it, but they don't. They just showed Obama went and endorsed that woman.
Yeah, that's true. Obama did come out and endorse her. We had the jokes for Trump and all that. And like I say, you know you're in a bad spot when Obama needs to come out for you. But hey, the Obama tactic worked. That's why they pulled that man out. Hey man, break glass just in case you lose, and then Obama will appear. So shout out to Obama for saving her. But all right, let's get back to the video.
Pointing out that Donald Trump made a whole lot of promises that got him elected last year that he's not kept. And I think what you saw.
Oh, shooting and shout out Tove. She says NYC is now an experiment. However, yep, they about to F around and find out because, like, let's be real. Now that y'all voted Mondani in.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Yeah, so good luck with Mondani, guys. I mean, we're praying for you. We're praying for you. I promise. We're not really trying to talk too much shit, but we are praying.
I will say this. I will say this. Whether I'm right or I'm wrong about this, I hope that whatever happens is in the best interest of New York. If Mamdani can suddenly turn a capitalist freaking center of the world into a socialist utopia, if he can actually turn it into a utopia, then better for him, right?
I mean,
like but it's it's not going to work. It does not work. It has never worked. Every example that we have of it, hell, the fucking Affordable Care Act right now, the government shut down because we can't spend more money on it. That's the hang up right now. Subsidies for something that was supposed to make things more affordable.
Yep. I mean, that's why when I was debating Link about it, he said, like, oh, by what metric is it failing on? I'm like, bro, affordability, it's in the name.
The fact that you have to subsidize it means it's failing.
True. But all right, shout out to Toe. She says, agreed, Monty. So yeah, shout out to Monty because she definitely does. Hey, I agree with you too. But shout out to Toe. She says, need to hear what Nick Fuentes says. He is a wait, whoa. Nick, I almost said Fuentes. Let's see, free.
You didn't say Freetez.
Freetez.
He's a Virginia House of Delegates
okay
guy.
Yeah. All right, yeah, he's a Virginia representative in their state house. He has some really good info on what's going on there. I mean, here's the thing, man. Look, it don't matter. She won as long as there was no election fraud or anything like that. It is what it is. I ain't tripping.
It is what it is. That's what the people voted for. And
yeah.
I have people like my mom that live in Virginia. She lives in Appomattox, and she's like, well, there's a lot of discrepancies with how voting is going on in there and all that fun shit. And while all that's true, I think the historical precedent is when you have a Republican or a Democrat, the opposite party gains power in Virginia, and that's what happened. So I don't think anything's funky about it. I don't think anything's, but we're in a position now where we can put your bookmarks in what Virginia looks like right now, and let's look at it in a year.
Yep. We're gonna have to at this point just to prove a point. I mean, hey, that might be one of my talking points for the midterm. I'm like, hey, look where Virginia was now, and look where it's at. Hopefully, it's in a better place. But all right, let's get back to it.
Saw was anger from the voters and saying, listen, Mr. President, we gave you a chance. You said you were going to lower prices. You said you're going to make our lives better. And the reality is we're struggling more than ever. And so that's the kind of message that I think you see both from somebody like Zora Mondani and Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, who probably don't think they have much in common with each other. At least the two governors don't think they have much in common with the mayor of New York. But the reality is very much laser focused, as Mike pointed out, on the economy, on an affordability message. If I were the Republicans today, I would take very, very, very strong heed of that. And I would say we need to deliver quickly, because if we don't deliver, we control everything. And that's not going to bode well for us next year.
I think Democrats nominated a centrist in New Jersey who ran on a bio that stuck her squarely in the center of the electorate. She did not fall into the trap of going too far to the left on these progressive issues. And when you basically can stay in the center.
Hey, Shirley. Yes, she did. Yeah, she did fall into some of the traps, but she kind of walked some of it back. She did walk some of it back, but she fell for some of the traps.
Here's my response to that, right? So we're saying that, Trump isn't delivering and Trump has control over everything. That's been the narrative this entire government shutdown. Oh, Trump could end it right now if he wanted to with a filibuster. The Democrat-led filibuster that requires 60 votes when, yes, Republicans are in control of the Senate. They
Only
have
by 52 members.
52 members. They have a simple majority. The 52 is less than 60. So as long as you have less than 60 votes, you can't pass what the continuing resolution. The eight members of Congress 8 members of Congress are holding the government. A minority is holding the government hostage and has done so for 52 or for 35 days now. So we don't control everything. If we controlled everything, we wouldn't have, district court judges trying to strike down everything that Trump does. If we controlled everything, we wouldn't have to negotiate with anybody. If we didn't have to negotiate with anybody, your lives would be a lot better right now.
So let's see. Normally, to end the most legislative or overcome a filibuster, you need 60 votes.
Yep.
Dang, 3/5 of the full Senate under rule. Under Rule 22. But the problem, and here's the thing: I heard that they also just need 41 no's. They got 45 Dems in there. You don't think they're gonna vote no 41 times to make sure that we don't get that filibuster? So I do see what Trump is saying. It's like, I get it, that would solve it, but bro, it's almost impossible to get that achieved with how much people we got in there right now.
Because they're not willing to negotiate, which you said it perfectly. Negotiation does not mean capitulation. They want us to bend at the fucking knees, kiss the fucking ring, and say, yeah, let's give illegal immigrants free health care. Let's subsidize the Affordable Care Act for $1.5 trillion and then blame Trump for a deficit of $1.5 trillion. Let's do all of these things that are not good for the country because we're not in control right now.
Yeah, I thought we're trying to balance the budget here, but the Dems want to go ahead and increase spending. It's like hilarious.
And it's always that's why I said to the guest earlier, it's always based off of your sympathies. We're letting kids go hungry. We're letting people go without health care. No, you are. You're the reason it's happening. Your party. Go call your congressmen and your senators and say fucking pass the bill or you're out.
Yeah, midterms. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know why more Dems haven't taken that power. Because here's the thing. I think this is what the Dems really need to learn. Like, we don't need to talk to our senators. They're already voting yes. All of them. All 52 of them are voting yes.
And they're not voting yes. They're voting yes to open the government back up and fund air traffic controllers. They're opening the government back up to pay our military, to pay our storm trackers that are, going over Hurricane Melissa a couple weeks ago for free. They weren't getting paid for that. They did that for free.
But what I've started to notice is that it doesn't seem like the Dems, their base, hold their pundits accountable. I mean, look at the Virginia race. Like, they literally don't hold their pundits accountable whatsoever. And it keeps being shown. I'm just like, you guys won't even go to your senators and be like, hey, think you open up that government back? Why? Because you think the mob is going to come after you?
And that's what it is. That's what any Democrat, like John Fetterman, for example, has broken with Democrats and voted with Republicans every time to open the government. And now he's being ostracized as a kook. John Fetterman's going to be a fucking Republican here in a couple months because of how the base treats Democrats that dissent from Democrats. You talk about being the party of open minds and, listening to the other side when you're the ones in the minority. But when you're in majority, mind you, the Affordable Care Act got passed with no Republican votes. Why is it now the Republicans' job under a Republican-controlled president, House and Senate, to fund something no one voted for? We didn't want that.
Or
we got it anyway.
Or extend the healthcare subsidies that they refuse to make permanent.
What is your deal? Like, and that's why I say we have a branding issue. We're speaking about other things because they get to control the talking points, and we're always stuck in defense. We're always stuck saying, oh, this is the way it is. No, lead some fucking offense. Like, people say, oh, I don't want to vote for Republicans because they're mean. They're not mean. They're just speaking truth to what's happening, and you don't want to hear it. It's hard.
I mean, they don't have an emotional argument. The Dems love emotional arguments. I mean, that's how they usually tackle in debates, with emotion.
And that's why I was talking earlier. I was like, it's not that we're apathetic. It's that your emotional manipulation does not work on us. The Democrats, not the average liberal that's sitting on the street. It's working on them. The emotional arguments are working on them, obviously, because that's how they see it. They see it that Republicans are making people starve. They see it that the Republicans don't want to fund health care. That's what they see. In reality, it's just a political game. and the Democrats are playing political games with the food you can put on your table.
And
And
here's the thing, though, because a lot of people don't know how it works. I feel like if you actually explain to them how this whole CR bill works, how government shutdown work, anybody logically thinking, like, who's reasonable, will sit there and be like, yeah, you're right, it's the Dems. No matter what side you're on, if I sit there and explain this to you and you don't got no TDS and you're not MAGA, you're gonna sit there and tell me, all right, yeah, you're right. It gotta be them because reasonably speaking.
Here's how you put it, right? If the roles were completely reversed, if there was a Democrat in power and Democrats had 52 votes and Republicans had 48 votes, and something like this was happening, who would get the blame? The Republicans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, shoot, I always said the Republicans got the blame on Trump's first term because they're the ones who shut it down because they wanted the border wall. And I always say the demanding party is the one to blame. I mean, even under Obama, when they shut it down, then it was a GOP. They were the demanding party. So now that the demanding party is the Dems, they want to act brand new. Now they want to go, well, the president said this. The F what the president said. Let's go back in history. Let's look whoever the demanding party is and how we always said that they're the ones to blame for the shutdown.
And here's how you look at it, right? Here's how you look at it. Did the Republicans get the blame for that? Yeah. Did the Republicans eventually turn around and compromise before 35 days of the longest government shutdown in U.S. history is now because the demanding party, the Democratic Party that is in the minority, is holding the country hostage.
And all right, hold on now. Shout out to my man Leo, man. Leo, how you doing, dog? You got
good, guys. How are you guys doing?
How's it going, sir?
So, any disagreements for us?
Actually, I just have. Maybe you guys could just help me understand something a bit more. I've kind of been not on the politics game these past little while, so maybe you could catch me up a bit.
Bracken.
All the information I'm gonna drop is what I've kind of just heard in passing, little snippets, maybe bits of articles. So. And it's about the shutdown and the healthcare, and obviously I've heard, the Democrat narrative is it's the Republicans wanting to shut it down, the Republicans, the Democrats, because the Democrats want to fund healthcare to illegals or something.
So yes and no. So the part of the argument is yes, they want to fund Medicaid, which specifically has a provision in it called emergency Medicaid that allows illegal immigrants to get covered with taxpayer dollars for anything. And I actually work in healthcare, so I could give you a little bit of insight into how that specifically works. It's not just blanket on its face funding, like, oh yeah, we're just going to give illegal immigrants this money. There's a process that it has to go through. But in a lot of states, it does, and it does increase the cost of healthcare, and it does make it less affordable for everyday Americans. Now, the narrative that I'm pushing, and the narrative that most Republicans are pushing, is yes, we are the power. We are the party in control, right? We have 52
majority rule.
We have majority, but that's not how it works in this situation. You need 60 votes to do this because it's been filibustered. And who started the filibuster? Because normally it would just be a 52 to, whatever, and it would pass. But because a Democrat filibustered it, that is a mechanism in which we allow the minority party to hear their voice, right? And it's supposed to be used for, open and honest negotiations, not we're going to hold you hostage until you give us what we want. And that is what a majority of Americans kind of gloss over. And they see, well, yeah, the Republicans are in control. So if they wanted to fix this, they could. Not exactly. And that is what's kind of frustrating for me. It's like I understand how this works, and I understand what's being done here. And what I deduce from it is that a whining minority is throwing a temper tantrum. It's like when you and your brother fucking argue over a toy. What does mom do? Mom takes it away from both of you and fucking puts it up on the shelf. Doesn't matter who's fucking right and who's wrong. Well, you can't really do that with the federal government while people's food stamps are on the line, when people's health care are on the line, when people getting paid for the work that they've done is on the line, you can't really take the ball and put it upstairs. You have to come to some sort of agreement, right? And you can and the argument could be made that Republicans could just cave on everything because that's what the Democrats want. That is what like there is no. It's like the guy that comes in. This is my final offer, and I'm not going a penny lower on it. And they have no choice if they want to compromise, which is that's historically what Republicans do. That's why you haven't seen a government shutdown longer than this, because every time a Democrat's in power and the Republicans filibuster something, and the Republicans are the demanding party, the demanding minority, they usually compromise and say, okay, fine, whatever. We're not in control right now, so we're not going to hold the country hostage. The left has no problem doing that, and that's what's infuriating.
All right.
I'm just curious, like, is there not, is it not, a little deeper than that, where, you say, if you're saying that illegals are raising healthcare costs, isn't not funding, what is it, the Affordable Care Act, the ACA, isn't not
Mhm.
funding that further going to raise premiums like
No.
astronomical amounts for
So
people?
Whoa. Actually,
it's
yes.
actually the
But the
opposite is
problem, no,
true.
here's the thing. No, the problem is it would triple and double it. But even with the subsidies, they still go up by 18 to 30%. And the thing
Every year.
is, if I could play this video real quick for you guys, I want you to notice something with this. Because this is where I told you that Mike Lawler, a Republican, offered a 1-year extension to the Obamacare health subsidies. But as you see, Akeem Jeffries, let's see what he got to say.
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now?
Let me ask you a question. Did
Why don't we sign
you
on
get
right
permission
now?
from your boss?
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did your boss, Donald Trump?
You can easily extend the ACA
Did your
right
boss,
now.
Donald Trump,
He's
give
not
you
my
permission?
boss.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. And by the way,
So let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to
Let me
shut
ask
the
you a
government
question.
down?
You can easily extend the ACA right now. Go ahead and sign. And what and Akeem didn't even address he didn't even address it. He just said, "Did your boss tell you? Did you get that approved from your boss?"
That's what I'm saying. It's about partisan politics. It's not about we're the party in the minority right now, so we should be a little bit more concessious than the party that won the election. No, it's we have control over you guys right now, and it looks real bad for you. So we're gonna keep putting that control on until we get what we want. That is hostage taking. That is not compromising. That is not fucking anything. That's not working for the American people, because who's being hurt by this government shutdown right now? The American people,
I mean,
right?
that sounds like politics, but
Exactly. You're right. You're absolutely right. That is politics. They're playing politics with your money, with your tax dollars. They're playing politics with it to get what they want funded when they're not the party in control. They didn't win the election. They didn't win shit. The party in control is the consent of the governed, i.e., us, the people that elected him, and elected the Congress and elected the Senate and yada yada through all of our states and all that fun shit. Put a majority of Republicans in power. So that means that the consensus of the American people is that we want that kind of ideology, fiscal responsibility, freaking all of these things that go with the conservative and the Republican mindset. That's what we want right now, right? And and they don't want that. They want to argue as if they're trying to be some hero and be false martyrs. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, well, we're trying to negotiate with them. Meanwhile, we haven't put any concessions on the table. We haven't said we're going to negotiate with shit. They offer a concession. The Republicans offer a concession to them. Did your boss authorize that? Because it's not about that. They want now that there's been a Democratic sweep in New Jersey, New York, and Virginia. Now suddenly, Chuck Schumer's willing to talk to Donald Trump. So what does that tell you? That tells me that they were waiting for the political damage to be done before they would let Americans eat. And I don't see that as fair. I don't see that as arguing it in good faith. If you really wanted something and I just kept putting it out of reach for you and you needed that thing to live, how would you feel about me?
Right. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for taking the time to explain a bit of, like I said, I've been kind of out of it, and you know, this is also me as the resident Canadian kind of talking on on the stream. So
Yeah.
I appreciate the little updates from you
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah, man, no
it's a
problem, man.
lot. It goes a lot deeper than, you know, oh, Republicans are in control, one party's in control, and we're just being fucking tyrants about shit. Like if we really wanted to, we could end the filibuster right now, but that is not a principle that Republicans believe in. We believe in the, you know, the negotiation, the argument, and the debate back and forth. And you know, if we do that, if we just fucking vote, you know, simple majority and say screw it to the minority power, what kind of a precedent does that set, right? And
Well, yeah, I mean,
we're,
it's. I wouldn't. I might not go so far. It's almost sounding a little holier than thou in this case,
yeah,
but I'm sure it's precisely because the Republicans in the past have used the filibuster to great
yeah,
effect to deny whatever the
exactly.
Democrats. So it's all strategic, right? It is
Yep.
never really in your own best interest. So yeah, okay, all right. I gotta head off, but take care,
Respect,
guys.
respect. Have a good
Later.
one.
All right, man. Shout out my man Leo. Yeah, you gotta appreciate those guys coming. And for those of you who who haven't seen this,
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now?
Let me ask you a question. Did
Why
you
don't we
get,
sign
did you
on
get
right
permission
now?
from your boss?
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did your boss Donald
you
Trump?
can easily extend
Did
the
your
ACA
did your
right
boss
now.
Donald Trump
He's
give
not
you?
my boss.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. And by the way,
So let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to
Let me
shut
ask
the
you a
government
question.
down?
You
Why
know
did
I
you
didn't-
vote to shut it
Let me
down?
ask you a question.
For years, you always lectured about how we need to keep the government open.
You're making a show of this to
No,
make
it's
this.
I mean, and to not even address it is wild. Because remember, Akeem Jeffrey was going all over mainstream media talking about healthcare subsidies, healthcare subsidies, healthcare subsidies.
Yep.
Lawler comes up. All right, cool. I've been hearing you out on all over mainstream media. We got you. 1-year extension. Doesn't even address it.
No, because that's not what he wants. He does not care about what actually comes out of this CR. All he cares about, and all of the left that's holding the government hostage right now cares about, is the idea that Republicans are in control and they're starving you. That's what they care about. Like, and if you, it's really really sad that that's what it boils down to. But we can go through clip after clip, time after time of Republicans voting on things and saying, yeah, let's open the government back up, let's get people paid. No, we're not going to give you 1.5 trillion dollars because we need to get it done. That's like the mechanic at, you know, you need your car, but you know what, because I'm feeling fucking extra shithead today, I'm going to charge you 10 grand. I know you don't have 10 grand to spend, but that's what I'm going to charge you because I have that power over you right now. So fucking kneel down and give me the 10 grand. That's what they're saying.
Yep, no negotiating. No, you know what? Maybe like a 5,000. Like, nope, just straight up 10 or nothing. You don't get your car back. I was like, wow. But all right, let's keep it going on. Let's keep it going on this one.
Or left as a Democrat. And
Wait, actually, Tove, how you doing, sis? You have anything to say?
I'm good. No, I had a question. I did I don't know if you guys heard this, but I think it was Stephen Gardner's show yesterday. They were talking about everything, and they mentioned that the Democrats were suing the GOP to keep them from getting the list of the people who are on EBT because they don't want them to they want to release funds to the American citizens that are on EBT.
Yep.
But if I remember correctly, it's like 59% or it's somewhere a little above 50% aren't even American citizens, and they don't want them finding that out.
What?
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
looking into it, but I have been seeing some things about it because like all recent statistics, they only count, American citizens and demographics, but we never really accounted like, illegal or not illegal, but immigrant demographics. We kind of just put everybody under, an American. But like somebody came out there and like split it up by Afghanis, Somalis, like Venezuelans, all that good stuff. And I'm not sure if that chart is all the way correct. I'm still looking into it.
Could I give you some insight just on something I've seen recently? So in the state of Washington, which is an anecdote, there is this is not food stamps. This is college education funding. In the state of Washington, if you're not an American citizen, you don't apply for FAFSA, right? FAFSA is what we all know as your government grants and all that fun stuff. Well, Washington has diverted FAFSA funds to create a state financial aid, which
What?
they now disperse to illegal immigrants. It's non-documented citizens or non-documented residents, however the fuck they put it. Basically, people that don't have a social security number and would otherwise be ineligible for FAFSA. That's how it's literally put on their website.
And that's the
And
Oh
problem.
my God.
yes, I could put the link in the Discord. You're in the Discord. I'll send it to you. I was applying to
Yeah, please
college the other
do.
day. I was applying to college the other day, and I was like, "Oh, what's state financial aid? I could apply for some of that." Oh no, if you get FAFSA, you probably shouldn't apply for this. And
Here
I'm
it
like,
is. Food
"Oh,
stamps by ethnicity. Now, it does come from the Personal Finance Wizard LLC. I'm gonna have to look them up. But here it is. Food stamps by ethnicity. So like I said, I would take it with a grain of salt because I haven't fully verified the source on this one, but
Well,
but this is
the
what we've
guy
been
that
saying.
yeah,
Go
the
ahead.
guy that was interviewing with us with Steven the other day, he's very now in the know and is doing a couple of investigating not only the EBT situation, but he's got another guy that's investigating the electronic voting councils, because those were at the company that we got those electronic voting councils from is owned or was owned by Venezuela, and they had to break it down because they found 14 back doors into the software of those electronic voting councils. California found it when they first introduced them, and California refused to use them originally. Now that's one of their main voting what they use for most of their voting anymore. So
Well,
there's
hey
a
Co,
couple of investigations that are going on.
hey Set, I'm
yo,
about to post something. I'm about to post something in the Discord. It's just a screenshot of the state financial aid website, and now I'm gonna post the whole thing so that everybody understands that I'm not just fucking blowing smoke up your ass. This is a real thing, and it's
students who are
designed.
immigrants are whoa, hold on. Students
Yep.
who are immigrants are undocumented or have DACA in Washington. Students don't have to be a U.S. citizen to get state financial aid or what? Hold on, no, wait. What really? Resident tuition?
Wow.
There are different ways to qualify for immigrant students, including those who are undocumented. Are you effing? So federal funds get transferred into state, they become state funds, and now the state can do whatever the hell they want with it. And this is what they
Yes.
choose to do.
And that's the same thing happens with healthcare, and the same thing happens with SNAP. All of these federal funds that go to sanctuary states, like the state of Washington, in which I live in, and I wouldn't have known this had I not gone and looked for like try to enroll in college. Like that was part of my college application. And I was like, what is this?
WASPA, not FAFSA.
Yeah,
WASPA,
WASPA.
is for people who choose not to file for FAFSA because you can't.
Because you can't.
It will be used by people who aren't eligible for federal aid, including students who have DACA or are undocumented.
Or if you've ever been caught stealing financial aid or buying drugs with it or doing things like that, you're ineligible for financial aid. If you're a dishonorable discharge from the military, you're ineligible for financial aid.
Yep.
And the state has taken federal funds, because that's how they fund this, is with federal funds and some taxpayer funds in the state of Washington, and that's what they've used it for. And so you tell me that illegal immigrants aren't getting free college. You tell me they're not getting
An
free healthcare.
undocumented, guys, an undocumented citizen or undocumented immigrant is an illegal immigrant. Okay, let's not mince words here.
I
Now, somebody trying to say it's different.
We've got about 200.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say we've got about 200 immigrants that live in our village. They're all legal, but some of them started out illegal, and we have conversations, and they've told me how easy it is and how easy it was to get money, food stamps, cash assistance, healthcare, and how much they got. The one guy was even showing me how much he got for himself, and I was blown away. So, I mean, I know they work here, they're seasonal workers now, but they get paid like a regular American. They now have their green cards or they're getting ready to become citizens. or what have you. The companies out by us do take good care of all of their employees, but some of them started out as illegal immigrants and are now here legally.
This is crazy. Mont, I'm glad you brought this to my attention because I almost want to call these people and be like, so y'all really giving state funds to illegals?
Yep.
Like, really? Like, come on, guys.
And
it can't be for real.
there's a mechanism in the state of Washington's Medicaid funding, which is federally funded, that allows emergency Medicaid for undocumented immigrants. My wife, I brought this up. My wife just fucking did it for someone because they can't discharge them out of the hospital if they don't have a quote unquote safe discharge plan. It's illegal to do it, right? So in order to have a safe plan, you have to have money for this. In this case, this patient needed dialysis. And I don't know if you know about dialysis, but dialysis is fucking expensive. And so they, instead of having him sit there for 3 months in the hospital because the hospital is going to take a loss on that, they got state funding and they use federal funds for that state funding. So this idea that, oh, we're not trying to pay for illegals' health care, that's exactly what you're doing. You're funding emergency Medicaid, which is primarily used in that situation when it cannot be, and it's not an emergency. It wasn't an emergency. This guy was a drug addict and overdosed and screwed his freaking organs up.
Yeah. Well, that's actually the biggest reason why my grandmother-in-law, my husband's grandmother, refused to go on dialysis was because of the cost. And she just passed away at 87 the other day, but she absolutely refused to sit on dialysis because A, it would have destroyed her financially, and B, she would have had to have been on it 5 times a week.
And how do you feel now that this guy that fucking destroyed his body is getting it on your dime?
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart because my husband's grandmother was a very, very loving and wonderful woman and did not deserve to die the way she did.
So that is the argument that I make when I say this is holding American citizens hostage in lieu of illegal immigrants. That's what it is.
And they were
That's
trying
all
to
it
say
is.
federal funds don't go to illegals. I mean, you don't understand how your state low-key makes that available for them, like through Medicaid, through funding of these clinics that will help you out regardless of your immigration status. It's like now we understand that the federal funds don't go directly to them, but shout out to the state because the federal funds do go to the state and they make sure these illegals get it.
Yep.
For some crazy reason I would never understand.
And same thing. You cannot justify.
For a while.
Yeah. You cannot, there is nothing you can say to justify to me that any federal fund should go to the education of an illegal immigrant. That's not even healthcare. You could make the argument that, you can't just be an asshole and let people die. Cool. You can make that argument. I don't necessarily agree with it, but you can make that argument. What argument do you have for higher education? Not to mention their kids go to school with your kids. Like elementary school.
Oh, guys, and if anybody have any disagreements with what my man Montier Tove is saying, I'll be happy to have you up here and debate it. Please. Instead of you guys being keyboard warriors.
One of the other things that really gets me is they want to do the free healthcare, and they're like, well, Canada and everything has it. You guys got to remember, Canada also have assisted suicide for a reason.
To get people off of their healthcare because they can't actually sustain it.
Exactly. My friend of mine that was living up in Canada was diagnosed with cancer. She had to wait 18 months up there to get any kind of assistance. She ended up moving down here and was able to become a citizen and get on health care. And
quicker than she could get an appointment for cancer treatment?
Yep.
Wow. So it's almost like there is a path for people that really need help and really fucking could use the help in America to legally do it and get the help.
Yep.
So so just spit on, let them just keep spitting in our faces and saying that it's they have no other option but to come here illegally and blah 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 blah. Fucking cry me a river. That's where you start seeing my apathetic side. I do not have more sympathy for someone who's not my neighbor than I do for someone who is my neighbor. I would much rather Tove's grandmother get fucking those funds for dialysis than the guy that broke our laws to be here, broke our laws while here, and because the hospital's legal bound not to just fucking kick him out on his ass. Now our tax dollars are going to that, and that's just not cheap. Like, it's not cheap at all.
No, it's not, and we're the ones paying for it. That's what the thing is free does not mean free. Our taxes, we're the ones that are it's US that's subsidizing the rest of the world's free healthcare. It's our taxes that are subsidizing these that are subsidizing all the EBT, the current welfare. And like I said the other day, welfare is a freaking joke. It needs to be reformed and changed, and it needs to be Americans only.
All right. And all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and keep it pushing with the video. But
yep,
now,
I gotta hop off anyway, so.
Oh, no, I appreciate you, for coming up. Definitely do appreciate you. And Professor Oak, come on, dog. You should definitely come up here and talk, because you have a lot to say in the comments, and I would love to hear what you got to say, on voice, please. But let's see here. Other than that, let's go ahead and get back to celebrating the Dems wins. We're not haters over here. We can go ahead and be happy for you guys, but y'all kind of blowing this out of proportion. Y'all are celebrating over NYC, already a Democrat city, New Jersey, already a Democrat state, and Virginia, which, well, I guess you guys, I guess they
is a swing state. It's a swing state. It goes back and forth.
Okay, well, then I guess they kind of took that from us, but
no, it goes back and forth. It was Republican, and now it's Democrat again.
Yeah, but
it was expected to be Democrat.
All right, well, we'd have to see until the next time they have an election to see if they go back Republican.
Well, the person who's in the White House dictates who's going to be in the governor's seat. It's a direct inverse of each other.
So if it's a Republican, it's going to be a Democrat in the Virginia.
It'll be a Democrat. Yep.
Okay. That's just how the pattern works, or I like to call it, or like the midterm curse.
Yeah. So, like, for example, Joe Biden was a Democrat and was in office when the last governor was elected, and they elected a Republican. Like, Obama was a Democrat, and when Virginia had their elections, Republicans got in office. And fucking when Trump was in office, the person that got elected was a Democrat. It is 100% inverse of whoever is. It's weird. It's freaking weird, but that's the pattern.
All right, well, let's keep it going. Let's bring back to this guy right here.
State, you're going to win. If you get caricatured as a far left Democrat, you can lose even a blue state. But I think the Cheryl campaign did a very good job of keeping her centered, not going too far to the left, and letting Donald Trump essentially motivate both sides. But in New Jersey, there's a lot more Democrats than Republicans.
10 seconds each. We're a year minus 1 day for the midterms. If you're a Republican this morning, how nervous are you?
I look at it and say, hey, get prepared to lose the House unless some crazy redistricting. We probably keep the Senate because of the map, but you should be worried.
Flip it over. How excited should Democrats be?
Democrats should be excited. Democrats now, especially if you're somebody like a Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger, certainly if you're Zora Mandani, you need to deliver quickly. People put their faith in you that you're going to make their quality of life better. You're going to make the economy better for them. You're going to make life affordable. You need to deliver quickly. And Democrats need to think about how that message communicates next year in House races. They need to paint Republicans as the people who are causing the pain, which they can because they control everything.
Julie Rosinski, Mike Duhame, I've been in New Jersey for 2 days.
Whoa. I didn't like the way she worded that.
You see that narrative? That's what I'm saying. That's literally what that's exactly.
Because they control everything. So the base literally believes this, Monty. So what I inferred, excuse me, for what she's saying, is that the Democratic base truly believes that the Republicans have full control of the Senate and can pass us at any time.
They're choosing to starve you. They're choosing to starve Americans.
Y'all need to get educated. Educate yourselves, please, because y'all literally letting these people manipulate you. Like, that is crazy.
And that's all they do. It's not about policy. It's nothing to do with whether people are going hungry or not. It's nothing to do with whether or not people can afford things or not. It is all about saying I can be the change, and fucking casting your vote for me is a vote for whatever, and they fucking eat it up. And
it's like to think about this crazy logic. I'm like, it's in my head right now. It's like, all right, so you ask your parents to go outside. Now, your mom says yes, your dad says no, but you blame your mom for the reason that you can't go outside. You hear what I'm saying? It's like the person that said you could, the person that voted yes or said you could, you're blaming for the reason that you can't go. Just like the people who voted yes for the SNAP benefits, yes, the military pay, yes, the government pay, but they're the ones getting blamed for why you're not getting it, not the guys who are voting no. Crazy. It's like, bro,
that's why I say it's all marketing. Americans fall for marketing like any other people. Like the Republicans need to market themselves better. They don't need to change the product. They need to market it better.
Yeah, they just need to start coming out and just cooking these guys. I don't know. Like, look, Republicans, you can hire me. I got you. I got you. I'll cook these guys for you. You guys can just sit back. I'll do all the campaigning because you guys are not doing enough. You're not doing enough cooking.
Here's the thing. It's not just about social media. It's not just about talking. They control colleges. They control fucking the line of thinking in social media. They control the line of thinking in Hollywood. They control all of these different things. So when everybody's telling you something is so great and so awesome and we just need to change it to this and all your problems will be fixed. It's real easy to fall for that because we live in a consumer society and that this is just a consumer product. The Democrats are a consumer scam is what they are.
I mean, now it starts. I was starting to see that in the first guy. Well, I'm not sure if he was on, but the first guy I debated, he pretty much was just spewing all mainstream media talking points. Like Trump can't do no good. There's negative job growth. When I'm just like, bro, that's easily
because they believe it. They have a monopoly. They're a consumer scam that also has a monopoly on the American people.
Bro,
can you fucking believe
here's
that?
Here's the thing, though. They try to use shaming tactics. Like, he tried to call me weird when I told him, hey, the border was open because there wasn't enough government, wasn't enough border agents. Like, that's been proven. Even the border agents have came out and said this. He's like, oh, does that make sense to why people would cross over? Does that really make sense to you? I'm just sitting there baffled, like, how doesn't that make sense to you? And
you don't have people to fucking stop them from going, so they're going across.
All the confidence in the world, being condescending and all, and I'm just like, bro, you don't even know how wrong you are. But yeah,
their vote. Remember that set. Their vote counts just as much as yours does.
That's sad. Oh boy, that sucks. Like my vote should count for 3, bro. Just because I actually do the research, I actually look into this stuff. I feel like my vote should count just a little bit more than theirs. But hey, though, fair is fair, though.
Lifetime's worth of Bruce Springsteen.
Oh.
I need a break. Thank you
Thanks,
very much for that.
Going to bring in now Ken Martin, chairman of the Democratic National Committee. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Audie. Thanks for having me. It's a great day to be a Democrat.
Well, the pressure is on, though, for you in particular, because all of us can talk and interpret, but you actually have to put money behind your interpretations. So when you look at the moderates who won, and then you look at this big win in New York City for a Democratic Socialist, how do you bridge that gap?
Well, look, I mean, last night was really interesting, of course, and what it proved is what I've said all along in my time leading in Minnesota and now at the DNC, that we are a big tent coalition. There's no one way to be a Democrat, right? We win through addition, not subtraction. We win by bringing in new voices with new ideas, right? But as much as people want to focus on the differences within the Democratic Party, of course, we have conservative Democrats, centrists, progressives, and leftists. The reality is there was a lot that all of these candidates had in common last night, right? There was a through line, and the through line is that all 3 candidates, Zoran Mamdani, Abigail Spanberger, and Mikey Sherrill, were focused on kitchen table issues, not on gilded ballrooms. They were focused on affordability.
What the
How do you actually bring?
I mean, trust me, I'm pretty sure here's the thing, it's like mischaracterizing what the conservatives were standing for. Because trust me, I'm pretty sure the conservatives was talking about affordability and all that as well. But the problem is with conservatives, no. Look, here's the thing. When the problem is with conservatives is that they tell you that, look, we're going to try to bring some economic opportunity into here, but no handouts. Dems, we want to give you handouts, but no economic opportunity. And that's the problem. The people want handouts instead of taking things the hard way. Instead of getting economic opportunity, they want more handouts. And that's the problem with a lot of the Democratic base, is that they're always going to concede to somebody or always going to give their vote to somebody who's offering handouts instead of opportunity. And trust me, handouts ain't opportunity.
down the cost of goods? How do you actually bring down the cost of people's mortgage and rent and the cost of childcare and on, all the things that are creating anxiety within the American people who are
really selling
want
this.
a champion, want someone to focus
They
on their
believe it.
economic future. And that's what Democrats did. I also think the wrong lesson last night, I know there was anti-Trump sentiment in this country, but
I mean, bro, if we have an all red state, right? Let's say the Republicans have an all red state and we win it. I promise you, I'm not going to do nowhere near this amount of like gloating, nowhere near it. I'm just going to be like, well, of course we won it. Like, bro, I'm not sure why they're like this. How you know the Dems, they needed a win. They desperately needed this win.
Yeah,
because they're already fearful of midterms, and this was kind of like a precursor, like a pre-mark for midterms. Like, all right, well, if we do bad here, we know we're effed in midterms because we were losing places that are originally ours. But if we do well, then that means, all right, midterms ain't looking that bad. Which they did well. Man, they did pretty good. I'll be honest. It's like I said. I mean, they swept in their own, territory, but hey, we'll let them have it. I mean, the way they're celebrating, you'd have thought they took a place like, I don't know, Texas or Ohio,
right?
Or insert your favorite red state. You thought they'd have took that.
Takes away from the fact that the other thing all three of those candidates had in common is they ran for something. They ran on a positive agenda of how they would actually make a difference in people's lives. And so,
Ken Martin, I want to jump in here because also you have people, maybe it's David Hogg, maybe it's Stacey Abrams. There are going to be people out there who are going to put their chips on certain kinds of candidates. And are you, as AOC said at the top of the show, denying the future by not embracing some of these candidates farther left?
The idea of the DNC not embracing candidates in the Democratic Party is just inaccurate. As I just mentioned,
I mean, y'all took a long time to recognize Zoran Mandani. That's the only reason why we're saying this, because y'all took so long to recognize Zoran Mandani. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't really have much to say. But since y'all took forever to recognize that guy, it is what it is. Now, let's go ahead and get over to the next video. Democrats sweep 3 major races. So, hey, we're going to let them have their bragging moment. Now, we'll see here. There we go.
It's like the guy, that meme of the guy in third place that got third place, and he's like fucking celebrating, and everybody's like, what the fuck, dude?
Like, come on, man. Like, by the way, that's your dream. But it's all right. Here's it is. Van Jones says Trump voters have buyer's remorse, and they're saying this because of the Virginia loss. Because like he won Virginia. How come he didn't win the governing? I'm like,
he didn't win Virginia. He lost Virginia. Kamala Harris won Virginia.
No, he won Virginia.
No, he didn't.
He didn't. Didn't he win Virginia? All right,
look it up.
I thought they said he won Virginia. Huh. Let's see here. I mean, I believe you on this one. Let's see here. Election map. Let's see here. You're right. No, you're definitely right. You're definitely right. He whoa, wait. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Virginia went blue. Yeah, Virginia was blue. Virginia was definitely blue. My bad. But no, yeah, you're right. So Virginia was blue. So they basically won something they already had.
They don't have buyer's remorse for Trump.
Like, how they gonna have buyer's remorse when they've been voting blue? Like, I mean, New Jersey been blue. So how? Like, where's the buyer's remorse? Usually, buyer's remorse is, I don't know. Maybe if my state turned blue, then we could say buyer's remorse. If not, then you guys are just like I said, you're overselling it.
The White House should be listening.
I mean, look, these are blue states, and Democrats were supposed to win. So I wouldn't overread it. Virginia, in particular, has never been a great bellwether. I don't think a lot of folks had a lot of confidence in the Virginia campaign that was run on the Republican side. And New Jersey is New Jersey. So I would hesitate to overread it. I don't think the concerns you raised are illegitimate political strategy concerns. I think I just want to offer condolences to Chuck Schumer. Honestly, what I'm reading here in New York City is that AOC is going to be the next senator from New York after she gets done whooping his rear end in the 2028 Democratic primary. And for his Senate races in 2026, I see the energy in the Democratic Party tonight behind a socialist, and I see the energy in Virginia, Democrats looking the other way on a violent candidate for Attorney General who says he wants to murder Republicans and their children. If you think you're getting rid of Graham Plattner in Maine now, think again. This is a terrible night for national Democratic image.
Facts. Thank you. Because I'm just sitting there going like, you guys know you guys literally voted for an Attorney General in Virginia. You guys voted for an Attorney General that literally wished death on children. Like, bro.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
It's cool.
I don't live it.
Bro,
I don't.
Here's the thing, though. Now they can never say they condemn political violence. They've lost that argument thanks to Virginia.
Yep.
So, Virginia, we thank you because you low-key gave us the argument at that point. Now it's for sure that the Dems don't condemn political violence, or Jay Jones would have been asked to step down. But it's more important. Hey, it's F Trump over, I guess, what? Wishing death on children? But then these are the same guys that want to call out Trump. Oh, Trump's a pedo, a pedo. All right, well, if y'all care about children, then why don't you make the man who's wishing death on children step down if y'all care so much about children? Which you should, because I care
it's
about them
not
too.
about the policies. It's about the politics.
Yeah, but man, I'm just saying, though, they can't do all that virtual. That virtual singing bullshit that y'all liberals are doing is gone.
Seth, they've done it. They've done it as long as me and you have been alive.
I know, but guess what? I was able to hear it back in the day. Now with this, I can't even hear it no more. I can't. Like, this is just too egregious. Go ahead.
That's why rational thinking people like you are going to move harder and harder right, and the people that are stuck in their echo chambers are going to move harder and harder left, and you're going to get what you vote for.
I'll just have to ask them. I almost want to ask them from Virginia, just be like, bro, and if you're Dem for Virginia, you're listening to me. Do you agree with Jay Jones winning AG? Like, let's be honest.
Hey,
is that really in line with your values? And I would hope they would tell me now.
I was watching the news anchors that went down to Virginia, and they were interviewing people, and they're like, give us. They interviewed this one woman. They're like, she's like, I don't really care who wins. I just want a woman to win. I'm like, you're fucking stupid.
I mean, bro, there was people like that for Kamala, to be quite honest.
And it was a black conservative woman versus a white liberal.
I mean, I would thought the liberal would have took over, and they'd be like, I must vote for the black woman. Like, I thought it would have took over, but hey, apparently wasn't that strong. I mean, they always say that, oh, you think MAGA likes you? You think MAGA likes you? I mean, look what you guys just did with a black candidate.
Yep.
So, I mean, let's be honest, guys. Like, I mean, if you say I'm not feeling too much love in MAGA, I'm not going to get much love in MAGA. I know I ain't going to get it over there with the Dems. I know for sure. I mean, shoot.
Well, I mean, like, if you argue for the destruction of your country and eat the rich mentality, yeah, the left's going to love you.
Bro, the NAACP went for this white woman, bro. And I'm like I said, I was baffled after that. I was just like, you know what?
It's not about race. It's about what you can gain by calling somebody else a racist. It's not about policies. It's about politics. And the sooner people realize that, and I think last night highlighted that, it's not about the ideas of the person. It's about how can we maintain power. What kind of effective campaign can we do to maintain power? And I honestly hope Zohran Mamdani gets his way. I honestly hope that what has happened in every other Democratic city happens to Virginia. You get what you vote for. And don't come crying. Don't come crying. Come, freaking next election cycle and say, oh, Trump made it so bad for me in Virginia. No, your fucking dumbass governor that you just elected is the one that made it bad
man.
for you.
Like, some of these Dems got a bit of a sadist personality. They love the abuse. I mean, look at Gavin Newsom and the people of California.
Bro, Gavin Newsom just put out a thing. He said he finds it disgusting when politicians lie to your face. And I'm like, buddy.
Bruh. It's like, bro, did he say that looking directly into the camera?
Yes, he did.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's a psychopath.
It's crazy.
Shout out to him. Honestly, as a white woman, I have to honestly say the worst thing to happen since COVID is white suburban liberal women. I mean, no, you're absolutely right. You're so right. You're so right. You know what? This is why I always kind of get like on, black liberals' asses because you're kissing up to the white man. The white man. I'm like, bro, no, you're literally following the talking points of white liberal women. You're following the talking points of white liberal women. And you're trying to say that I'm the sellout? Okay, brother. Okay. Go ahead and keep that mindset. I look, at least I'm not listening to women, okay? At least I'm not out here listening to white liberal women that don't give a damn about you and your community. At least I ain't doing that. I'm listening to the white women that actually care about me over here. Well, on MAGA. Of course, not all of them. Some of them are a bit racist, but most of them are pretty good women.
It's hilarious to me how far, and it's short-term memory. the American populace has a very short attention span and a very short term memory about things. And the people like you and I that pay attention to politics, it seems baffling to us. But when all you do is you wake up on Thursday or Tuesday morning for election day and say, "Huh, who am I going to vote for? This one." Then it becomes a little bit more understandable.
All right. All right, let's get into Scott Jennings and what he has to say.
What is happening inside their party. Mamdani is an avowed socialist. It's not what people say that he is, it's what he says that he is. He's now the leader of their party. That's their energy, and Chuck Schumer's
He's the leader of the Democratic Party?
There is no. Who is the leader? Can someone tell me?
He's a life raft for Republicans who have to go on TV and get their asses kicked today.
You own this now. You all own this now.
We've had progressive mayors that I don't think anybody thought that de Blasio.
He's the best actor you all have, is he not?
Listen,
Mamdani.
Come on. I'm gonna be real with you. Mamdani is probably the best campaigner because Obama had to help Abigail, and then why I don't really know how she got helped out. So we'll just go ahead and give it to her on that one. But Mamdani, I'm gonna be real with you. The man got charisma, he got personality, he's a decent talker, so it makes sense why he won, in my opinion.
He's a snake oil salesman, and Americans love being marketed to.
Yeah, and I'm be real with you. He had all the right messages. My man was showing up at pride parades. He was showing up to rap concerts, hanging out with the homies. Bro did some pretty damn good campaigning that Andrew Cuomo Silva could not match. That's the problem. And he's young enough to do it. He's young enough to go out there with the young gays, with the young Mexicans, blacks, whoever in New York and be able to relate to them on that level. I think that's what Cuomo and Suila was missing. It's just in a way, it was kind of their age that done them in. Sadly. But hey, we'll see if we can get a young Republican for NYC and we'll see how that works out. It might have just been the age.
Yeah, they shoot all the young Republicans.
I don't know, but thing is, I don't think the Republican Party trusts their youth leadership. It's like the old guys are running it, but I can see the Democrats, they're somewhat letting their youth take control, like AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Mamdani. Like who are in the youth of our side that we have? Like we're still like holding up the old heads.
Charlie Kirk.
Well, shoot, we would have had him, bro. We would have had him. That would have been our guy. But who else besides him that really had a presidential chance or an electoral chance? Like in our youth, like I said, we got all the old guys in the world, but I don't think we have too much youth.
Now let's not forget, AOC's not exactly young.
Aren't she 35 though?
Okay, Charlie Kirk's younger than that. How old's
True.
Mamdani?
35, like around that. They're both like they're in their mid-30s.
Yeah, so it's not exactly like
completely young.
But, 18, 19 years old. Charlie Kirk was
but in politics though, like in your 30s, like mid-30s is basically a young.
Yeah.
Considering Well, yeah, true. Dude, I'll take the mantle. I don't mind. I'll go against the Dems if it needs be, or shit, if I'm asked to. But I would do it just off the plain fact is like, okay, yeah, you're right. We don't got much young conservatives that's actually out there, campaigning, running like Mamdani, AOC, and Jasmine Crockett was. So I will give the Dems this. They are giving their youth a chance, even though it's kind of screwing them a bit. It is kind of screwing them a little bit because it's taking away from their old message. But they're giving them a chance and they're gaining the spotlight. So I'll give them that.
I'm a lot happier than you are sad. You're saying I'm happy. You know why?
Oh, and shout out Daniel Castro. He says, look up Mamdani's screen getting hacked. LMFAO.
Bro, yeah. So it fucking in his campaign, the screen got hacked and it said Trump is your president.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people just don't like to hear. Though. I was like, Mamdani won, but guess who's still your president? Ha! Like, trust me, it ain't changed too much. Trust me, Mamdani's still your president. I was thinking about playing his victory speech, but it is what it is. I'm good. Probably play a little clip of it.
Buyer's remorse from independents. Independents gave Donald Trump a shot. Buyer's remorse. The Latin community gave him a shot. You see buyer's remorse. Black men gave Trump a shot. They've come back home. Buyer's remorse. Why? Because
Bro, and
Bullshit,
bro,
man.
bullshit. That's what I'm saying. It's like, no,
Bullshit.
you're
Bro,
you're going off this off 2 states in 1 city. 2 states in 1 city. Out of how many states?
that are
50. Out of
supposed to
how
go
many cities?
Democrat.
Hundreds of cities. But you're gonna base all this off 1 city, 2 states. Get out of here, bro. Get
Let
out of
him
here.
keep thinking. Hey, let him keep thinking that. We're gonna keep doing us. We're gonna keep fucking. Nothing's going to change. And fucking when Mamdani decides he wants to quote unquote stand up to President Trump, he'll get arrested. Fuck him.
Yeah, we'll see. Hey, man, we'll see how far this man goes. Like I said, I hope he gets invoked these free buses so we can watch almost every Uber driver leave New York.
I hope he does everything he's talking about doing and watch the people that are going to be paying for it leave.
Or he does none of it. I mean, the governor railroads this man and we just hit you guys with the I told you so.
remorse. The Latin community gave him a shot. You see buyer's remorse. Black men gave Trump a shot. They've come back home. Buyer's remorse. Why? Because people are sick of the status quo. That's why they voted for Trump the first time. That's why they voted him out the second time. That's why they voted him back in. People want change. And Donald Trump said he was going to do something about grocery prices. He's done everything, but he's putting in gold toilets in the White House. He's tearing up. He's gallivanting around the world. And you're seeing buyers
Talking about
remorse
grocery prices
in
are
places where
cheaper.
you would,
Bro, I mean, eggs went down. Overall, groceries went down. When people say, "Oh,
Gone
groceries
down.
are going up,"
Milk's
I'm just
gone
looking
down.
at them like,
Gas has
bro,
gone down.
do you understand the rapid price increase that was happening under Biden and the fact that we have not seen that under Trump? That's like, dog.
No, because these fucking idiots don't buy fucking groceries. They don't have to pay for them. They're on SNAP and they're on EBT.
Talking
They don't
about
have to
grocery
pay for them.
prices.
They don't care
Yeah.
about fucking grocery prices. We're
Man.
the ones paying for their groceries.
And they want to complain about groceries. Now, we ain't saying that all you Dems use SNAP, but I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. You guys saying that grocery prices are going up and they're rising. That's not true. That's not true. I mean, even energy prices are falling. I mean, eggs fell by double. You ain't think other products followed? Like, come on, guys. Let's use some common sense.
The price of gas is what damn near determines the price of everything. The price of gas has gone down. Everything is on its way down, just like it was in his first term. Just like everything is happening the same fucking way. And you want to say it's buyer's remorse.
And personal income is going up too. It's like the same thing.
Bro, my income under Trump doubled. My income under Biden stagnated.
Bro,
I've
mine's
already noticed,
doubled only because of no tax on overtime.
and now I have no tax on overtime. Overtime's a good fucking majority of my income. Now, not to mention, I'm getting more and more job offers. The job market for me specifically has gone up. So I'm where I was making $23 an hour. I'm making $33 an hour now.
I mean, the stock market is up. Companies are making money, even though companies are supposed to be losing money because of tariffs, right? That's supposed to be sinking the economy,
My
right?
IRA is up 50%. Just since I literally started an IRA on January 21st. It has risen 50%.
Because
this
we've
year.
had like six record level highs in the stock market.
Yes.
Like, and 3% rise in GDP. Like
everything is better, and every measure of independence, every measure of prosperity, home prices are going down. Things are not as inflated. They're still fucking astronomically expensive, but they're going in the right direction. Interest rates are going down. Why? Because Trump specifically said, "Hey, fucking lower the interest rates."
And now we got it by a quarter point. We got the interest rate low.
No, half a point. It's gone down by a quarter point twice.
Whoa. Oh,
yes.
Shit. I did not know that. I thought it was just by that quarter. Huh.
Yeah. Quarter point last year and then, or not last year.
Oh,
last
okay.
month. Yeah.
Okay, really? They dropped it last month?
I believe so. Yeah. It's gone down half a point just this year.
Okay. Because the only rate cut that I have in my memory was from last year under Biden when they was doing a rate cut to help inflation a bit.
And the reason I know this is because I watched my interest rates on my savings account, and every time there's a rate cut on Robinhood, they drop the rate cut on there, and the reason they like the interest that you earn, because Robinhood gives you like they were given 3.75% on uninvested cash, and now it's 3.5% because of the recent rate cut. And so every measure of how well the country's doing is in the positive. And the opportunity, i.e., meaning you have to work for it still, the opportunity is all there. But the people that vote for these people are everybody that didn't vote is satisfied with the way things is going. Everybody that did vote is dissatisfied because that means they have to go to work. Oh, the horror.
And no more free handouts. Less free handouts. We're cutting the handout. We're cutting the benefits program to try to budget the bill. I mean, budget the deficit or the balance, whatever. And they don't want that. They really don't want that. They want to have continuously overspending. They don't care that they don't. I'm gonna be real with you. Dems, I don't think they care about inflation, to be quite honest, because all these services that they want and how they want Dems to keep continuously spending money into stuff that don't work. I mean, you guys obviously don't care about inflation.
But their Section 8's paid for, their housing's paid for, their food's paid for, their cash benefits from SNAP that they can buy their drugs with is all paid for. They're fucking happy. Why would they vote for a Republican that's gonna make them go out and work for it?
Literally, sorry, bro. Especially with Medicaid, be like, I gotta have work requirements. Yes, bro, you gotta have work requirements, or at least do something for your community, like volunteer your community. You guys are crying over that. I mean, then you're like the worst type of people.
They're leashes on society, and the working class has to support them. And if you make it harder on them, the brain is automatically going to fucking spit out anything that says, "Oh, you have to work. You can't be lazy."
Yeah, but we're gonna have to see how because you know it's so crazy. I mean, Trump. I truly do believe that Trump's gonna work out this deficit because he's already lowering it by about like what 500 to 600 billion, which is supposed to be projected to be lowered by. Yeah. So we're still gonna be in a deficit, but it's not gonna be a $2 trillion deficit like we was running under Biden year after year. It's probably gonna be like the 1.5 or so, but it's somewhere, and we definitely got to bring it down. And you know what the thing is, a lot of people, especially Dems, when they talk about the deficit, I always ask them to shut the heck up because they really don't want the deficit to be cut, because we have to cut all their favorite programs, all their favorite benefit program by 40%. 40%. Y'all ain't trying to hear that. So every time they talk about the deficit, I look at them and be like, you guys are the ones who champion all these spending programs that increase the deficit. And then as soon as we try to draw that back, you guys start kicking, screaming, and crying about it. So really, you don't care about inflation. You just care about your benefits. I mean, and that's the tough part. So it really means you don't really care for the American people. You just care about what the American people can do for you, not what you can do for the American people. I mean, I guess we can always go back to the old JFK saying, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Republicans have some hope. This thing is starting to settle out now.
Oh, and shout out to my man Chase. He's like, Dems didn't sweep shit, man. Mikey only won by single digits. I mean, hey, bro, shout out Chase. He's like, you know what, man, I ain't even gonna give it to them. You know what? I feel you on that one. But hey, I mean, 2 states, 1 city. F it. We'll let them celebrate. We'll let them celebrate.
This is about basic needs that people have and basic rights people expect. That's what seems to be under fire from this administration. And if they think they can spin and talk and spin and talk and nobody's going to notice that, they just got proven wrong tonight. People's basic needs are not being met. One of the things that I think people are seeing, not just from Mamdani, but from the moderates as well, this focus on kitchen table issues. We used to talk about this in weird ways. Income inequality, wealth disparity, economic justice. People who went
didn't say it that way.
but we had a lot of syllables, man. It was people describing a problem they didn't have. Okay? Now you got people who are talking like the people who have the problem.
I mean, dude, we had the problem under Biden as well. I love how like the Dems like to pretend like there was an affordability crisis under Biden, like there wasn't an inflation problem under Biden. They just like to sit here and pretend. Like even the guy that I first hopped on and debated with, he even tried to sit there and say, well, Biden gave us the best economy and Trump ruined it. And I just had to laugh. I'm sorry, but every time somebody tries to sit there and say, oh, Biden had the best economy, I just have to sit there and laugh. I mean, like, bro, we had one of the worst stock markets under Biden. We had record inflation under Biden. I mean, what are you, bro, record unaffordability, record price increase under Biden. What are you talking about? Like sometimes you guys like don't match up to reality. I mean, y'all spend too much time trying to hate Trump. You literally ignore everything that the Dems do. And I mean, here's the thing: you should be critical of both sides, but don't be so one-sided.
Support nothing. And somebody who can talk that way, whether they're on the left of our party or the middle of our party, is going to have a big audience. And this buyer's remorse that's setting in now from other people is a big problem for Republicans.
I think two big takeaways. So listen, I think there's this divide within the Democratic Party. Is the future of the party Mamdani? Is it democratic socialism? Is it more in the likes of AOC and Bernie Sanders? He no doubt ran a good campaign. I interviewed him. He is a very formidable force in American politics. We had two female governors who were just elected, Democrats, who ran as consummate centrists. Both of them were talking about uniting the country, that there's more that unites us than divides us, both with very credible resumes. So what direction are you going to go? Because you guys need to focus on winning a national election again. It's been a minute since that's happened, and I think you're going to get a lot farther with the Mikey Sherrill and with the Abigail Spanberger approach. But let me...
And because I made this point about the stock market, I will be a bit petty. Now let's go to the Dow Jones for the 5-year spread, right? What were the worst times during Dow Jones? Well, the worst time ever, right? You know, under Biden. In October 7th, 2022, we've seen a record low in the Dow Jones. You can see this in the S&P 500. You can see this in other major indexes as well. So, or the NASDAQ as well. And yes, in 2022, we see a record low, continuous lows. And then I'm gonna be real with you, we come all the way up to Trump with this dip right here, and you guys were losing y'all shit. You remember in April 4th where they were losing their shit, Monty, over the slight dip, but then they were completely calm over this 2022 dip over here. That was even lower than what they started out on. Like in 2020, you guys in 2020 under Trump, you guys was able to bring down the economy all the way down here, But then you want to say Biden had a successful economy? I mean, shoot, that's not what the numbers say, but all right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man. Keep lying to yourself.
I gotta go to as soon as we're done.
We'll get to the Mamdani a bit later.
Caitlin Collins at the White House has got some new reaction to all these wins. Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Well, Anderson, actually, it's been
I mean,
quiet.
shoot, if Trump is doing so bad on the economy, then why is it still growing and still hitting record numbers? I mean, and here's the thing. Why did Biden reach lower numbers than Trump in the economy? Like, you just got to make that make sense.
Here at the White House, which is telling in and of itself. The president himself has not posted on Truth Social in about 4 hours since earlier tonight when he was announcing a staffing decision. That is obviously something that you likely wouldn't hear had there been any major Republican victories tonight. But this is a key question of how the White House and how the president will be interpreting these big Democratic wins tonight in New Jersey and in Virginia and in the New York City mayor's race, all three of which the president was involved to some degree. Yes, he did not outright endorse in Virginia there for the Republican candidate in the gubernatorial race, but he certainly did there in New Jersey. He hosted multiple tele-rallies for Jack Ciattarelli. The Republican National Committee poured a lot of money into that race. And obviously, he got directly involved in the New York City's mayor's race last night when he endorsed Andrew Cuomo. And so it'll be really telling to see.
Which he shouldn't have done. I mean, that was very dumb. If Trump literally endorsed Andrew Cuomo, I think that was dumb of him. Because, the people of New York, they don't want nobody really backed by Trump. So Cuomo even taking that endorsement by Trump, man, he should have known that was going to cook him, especially to the voting base in New York City. Like, he should have known. He should have known way better than that.
How the White House interprets these results tonight, because earlier when I'd been speaking with officials is whether or not they saw this as a referendum on the president's first 9 months in office. Anderson, basically what they were saying is that they were in wait and see mode. They wanted to see how these results turned out tonight before they tied any of them closely to the president. We've seen some reaction coming in already tonight from former Trump campaign advisors saying that they believe this is a candidate quality issue and that Republicans need to run better candidates who are more in line with the president in order to secure victories. But we will be able to hear from the president himself tomorrow. He's actually hosting Republican lawmakers, Republican senators, to be exact here, Anderson, for breakfast at the White House. And reporters will be able to go into the room there and ask the president himself, what does he make of these victories by Democrats tonight?
Caitlin, thanks very much. Is this a candidate quality issue?
Well,
All right, now let's go ahead and get over to the next video. Trump immediately angered by Fox News segment threatened actions against Nigeria, because this whole Christian genocide that's been going on in Nigeria. About 125,000 Christians have been killed since 2009. So let's see what CNN got to say about it.
As President Trump threatens military action against another country, this time Nigeria, saying, and I quote him, "If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet." CNN is learning what sparked Trump's ire against Nigeria. It came down to a segment on Fox, and Elena Trine is out front live from the White House. And Elena, pretty incredible that that would be the case here. What have you learned?
Yeah, well, what I was told, Aaron, from two sources who are familiar with how this all happened, was that the president was headed to Florida on Friday. He was watching Fox News on the big screen, and essentially he saw this segment that Fox was doing on how Christians were being targeted by Islamic groups in Nigeria. And very quickly after that, one of the sources says it was immediate that it sparked some anger in him, and he began to inquire about it, asking his staff to be better read on it. But what was interesting was that shortly after he had touched down on Air Force One, he had just taken the Beast, his presidential motorcade, to Mar-a-Lago, is when you saw that first post from him. And it read, quote, "Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands of Christians are being killed. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter." He went on to add that he wants to make Nigeria a, quote, "country of particular concern." Now, what was interesting about this is, of course, for anyone who was paying attention to his Truth Social over the weekend, this became a major focal point of hers on Saturday and Sunday as well. He talked about potential military action in the region. And he was also asked directly last night when he was flying back on Air Force One if that could mean potential U.S. boots on the ground or strikes in Nigeria. And the president did not rule it out. But I will say, Aaron, in one of my conversations with people in the Trump administration, they essentially told me that a lot of this is the president making threats to see how Nigeria will respond. One of them said it was a, quote, "art of the deal" type of strategy that he is deploying here. And they've tried to argue that in some ways it's working. You know, the media is giving more attention to it. But all of this comes, as we know as well, that the Pentagon, the president had directed his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, to look into this. They have begun moving now some personnel back to the region after they had told them to leave essentially a year ago. And so we have to see where this could all lead.
All right, Elena, thank you very much. All that new reporting from Elena.
The State Department has designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern over claims by President Trump that the Nigerian government is not doing enough to protect Christians from terror groups like Boko Haram. Sources tell CNN Trump has been laser focused on the treatment of Christians in the African country after a report he saw on Fox News while traveling aboard Air Force One. And just 24 hours later, he posted on Truth Social that the United States will cut off aid and go into Nigeria guns a-blazing. He confirmed the possibility of military intervention to reporters.
Do you envisage U.S. boots on the ground? Could be. I mean, a lot of things I envisage, a lot of things. They're killing record numbers of Christians in Nigeria. They're killing the Christians and killing them in very large numbers. We're not going to allow that to happen.
The White House tells CNN that President Trump has been tracking this issue for some time, even before the segment, and had already considered posting about it. Nigeria is a country of 230 million people, equal parts Christian and Muslim, and both Muslims and Christians have fallen victim to violence from terrorist groups like Boko Haram. But some high-profile killings targeting Christians this year have drawn the attention of President Trump and many Republicans, including an attack on a predominantly Christian farming community located on a very crucial area of farmland that killed at least 100 people. Joining me now is founder and executive director of the National Security Institute, Jamil Jaffer, and CNN military analyst, retired Colonel Cedric Layton. Let's talk about the scope of the issue. Trump is saying that Nigeria is allowing the slaughter of Christians. Do we know if this is true and the extent this might be happening?
Well, certainly Nigeria is not allowing the slaughter of Christians or Muslims for that matter. In fact, the Nigerian government is working very hard within the resource constraints that they have to actually fight Boko Haram, which is the main group that is actually attacking mainly Christians, but they're also attacking Muslims in the northern part of the country. So what you're seeing is really a state trying to provide counterinsurgency forces to the region and trying to engage in counterinsurgency operations. Success? Yeah, they're not there yet. They definitely have some problems taking care of this from a mission standpoint. But the issue is that the Nigerian government needs help, not an occupying force to come in there.
Boko Haram has been a terror for a very long time. The Nigerian government has responded, and they're actually shocked. They're mulling an invasion to their country for this very reason. What is the best course of action to deal with what's going on?
Yeah. Well, look, there are really two or three different issues going on in Nigeria. You've got Boko Haram in the north. You've got bandits in the northwest. You've got a fight between farmers and herders, people who are nomadic tribesmen who have long been in conflict. It's really there are religious dynamics to it, but a lot of it is really about economics and resources. And so what the government really needs, I think, to Colonel Layton's point, is exactly right. They need counterterrorism support. Unfortunately, we got pushed out of Niger, a neighboring country, just a year ago. The closest forces we have are in Djibouti, quite a distance away. Our headquarters for AFRICOM is in Germany, right? So we don't have a lot of resources in the region to bring to bear on this problem. The best we could probably muster is some counterterrorism strikes, but those would be probably not against the Nigerian government, but in favor of the Nigerian government, which, to Colonel Layton's point, is actually trying to stop these attacks on Christians and Muslims in their country.
So what would the military be doing there? I mean, given all those resources, where would the American military come in?
So this would be one of the hardest missions to plan because counterterrorism missions by their nature are difficult. And so what you'd have to do is you'd have to get permission from the Nigerians to go in there and to go into the right place. You need ironclad intelligence. That's something that they're not doing in Venezuela, for example. They are just attacking targets as they see them. That is not the way to do this kind of thing. What you need to do is you need to find out who the people are, where they're located, who the most important ones are, and then eliminate those. And that's the most efficient way to do that. We've done that before in Iraq. We've done it in Afghanistan. But in the case of Nigeria, you're talking a vast country that's 37% larger than Texas in terms of square miles. And it's 200, like you mentioned, 230 million people plus. And it's a very complicated, really difficult area to work in.
Yeah. Concrete intelligence requires trust, and getting permission from a government that they want to deploy these resources would require total lockdown and information. Do we have that?
Well, it doesn't look like it, right? I mean, our resources in the region are constrained. We've largely sort of taken our hands off the tiller when it comes to counterterrorism efforts around the globe. For the better part of a decade, we've been downplaying and downtrending our counterterrorism missions. We've had a few successes here and there. We got Ayman al-Zawahiri, right? We got Qasem Soleimani, right?
Oops, my bad, guys. Appreciate you for doing that. But all right, shout out to my man T Binky. He says you're throwing me off, my man. He said I'm not used to listening to you while I'm fixing a furnace. I almost shouted out loud in the basement. So shout out to Binky, man. I appreciate that. And shout out to she says one warning. The racist insults end or get kicked. And I'm like, guys, I mean, come on. Do you really gotta be, racist towards me to just because I disagree with you? Come on, guys. Is it really that serious? You got to bring up my color? Of course not. Of course you don't. Of course you don't. But hey, man, when you can't beat the argument, I guess you got to get a little racist. It is what it is.
We've been our partners, the Israelis, the Middle East, have been very successful against a number of terrorist groups in their region. But in Africa and frankly in Southeast Asia as well, we have reduced our counterterrorism footprint in part because we had multiple administrations who said we need to focus here at home, including President Trump on the campaign trail. So it's actually good to see President Trump getting more concerned about terrorism in our hemisphere with efforts against Venezuelan drug traffickers who he's cast as terrorists, and frankly the real terrorists, Al Qaeda and the Islamic State, who are operating.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the tariff argument because we're going to get a little bit more into it during the day because, like I said, Supreme Courts are hearing out arguments. Of course, mainstream media is already saying, well, the Supreme Court say they're a bit spectacle. I mean, they're pointing out their arguments. So there's going to be people who agree and there's going to be people who disagree. They're all going to have their spew. They're very voluminous spew, like very lengthy arguments.
President Trump's economic agenda faces the cornerstone of President Trump's economic agenda faces a major test at the Supreme Court. The justices will hear oral arguments over his sweeping global tariffs and determine whether he has the legal authority to do it. It's the most significant economic case to reach the high court in years. And President Trump clearly is raising the stakes as well, saying that this literally has called this case.
And I mean, like I said, I already got some arguments that they could use. They can say, oh, well, we're using under Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. This gives the president the authority to adjust, impose tariff restrictions, including tariff, if the Secretary of Commerce finds that certain imports threaten U.S. national security. Did you hear what I just said? If the Secretary of Commerce, which is his good old pal Howard Lutnick, so AKA, it's up to Lutnick to decide that, hey, yeah, this is a matter of national security. If Lutnick says it is, according to the Secretary of Commerce, if the Lutnick agrees that this is a matter of national security, then Trump can go and impose tariffs according to the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. Like I said, I mean, Trump could easily win these cases. And really, the way they're making it sound is like Lutnick definitely had one of the final says in it.
Case, quote, life or death for the country. CNN's chief Supreme Court analyst Joan Biskupic joins me now with much more. What are we expecting today?
Yeah, Kate, good morning. You have not exaggerated this at all. This is the most important Trump case to reach the Supreme Court in his second term. The amount of money at stake, already $90 billion have been collected from his tariffs, potentially trillions could be collected. So that's a lot of money for the U.S. Treasury, but it's also a lot of pain for consumers who've had to be paying more. A lot of.
All right, so oral arguments began at 10 a.m., determining the fate of Liberation Day tariffs, also legality of tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada. Wow. So basically, it's like, this is what I say. It's like they're working for the corporate elites, because like who else would want to go against this but the corporate elites? So, okay. So you're telling me that China, all of this duplicitous trade actions, you guys want to defend them? Mexico, who was taking in products from China to relabel to get into our economy without tariffs. You want to tell us that we can't impose tariffs on them? And Canada, who tariff our products while we don't tariff theirs. I mean, bro, all these guys honestly practice and trade with us in a very devious manner. So to sit there and try to argue for these guys, I wonder what it's going to be. I'm going to have to listen to that. I'm going to have to listen to the arguments on, so why can he impose tariffs on China that operates, well, pretty duplicity in the trade world? I mean, why can't he do it with Mexico, who is helping China operate this way? And why can't he do it with Canada? Since, you know, they also do some unfair trade practices with us. Like, why can he do that? Oh, because you guys want to, for some reason, act like the president isn't the president, and as if Congress hasn't already appropriated those powers to him. And like I said, just look up the Trade Act. It will tell you everything you need to know.
Uncertainty for small businesses and for businesses across the board with these tariffs. And that goes to the people who've challenged this. A group of states have challenged these tariffs, as well as small businesses, an educational toy maker, and a wine importer, saying that President Trump exceeded his powers when he imposed these emergency tariffs. The Constitution gives the tariff power to Congress.
Yeah, you're right. But Congress gave tariff power to the president. Like I said, in the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 and in the Trade Act of 1974 through the Section 301 and Section 201 and Section 122. And I'll go ahead and read those out for you real quick. So let's start with Section 301. Allows the U.S. government via the U.S. Trade Representative to respond to unfair trade practices by other countries. I like example. Discriminatory practices and subsidies, and impose remedies, including tariffs. Section 201, a safeguard measure if an import causes or threatens serious injury to domestic industries. Yes, the tariff can be invoked and restrictions can be imposed. But of course, there got to be a U.S. ITC investigation. Now, Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974, so we're still in the Trade Act, guys, allows quick action in the face of president trade deficits. Yes, allows for quick action in the face of persistent trade deficits, giving the president some authority to impose tariffs up to a certain rate in one reading for a limited of time. So he has a lot of grounds under tariffs. He has a lot of power over tariffs because Congress has appropriated those powers through the Trade Act of 1974 and the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. So this is where Trump gets the audacity to impose all these tariffs, because all of it is not just because of the Economic Emergency Powers Act. It's not just the EEPA. It's not that. There's also the trade acts that are involved in there as well. But what the courts is pretty much trying to say that it's all because of the Economic Emergency Powers Act. And then they're trying to say that, well, we're not in an economic emergency. This is not a matter of national security. And I mean, come on now, that's quite debatable. I mean, I would think that a good economic health would be a matter of national security. I would hope you guys would think that.
It gives the taxing power to Congress, but President Trump has invoked something called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. And for anybody who's going to listen today at 10 o'clock, they'll hear the abbreviation IEPA said repeatedly. And that law does give the president emergency economic powers at times, but it does not mention tariffs. It's usually been used for economic sanctions. And lower courts have all ruled against President Trump.
I mean, there was Ronald Reagan. He actually invoked a tariff on Japan. Yes, he invoked the tariff on Japan for unfair trade practices when it came to their semiconductors. Ironic, like I said, it's crazy how that was a problem back then too. But yeah, when you sit there and try to say that, oh, it was only used for this, it was never used to punish countries for unfair trade tactics. Actually, yes, it was. Actually, that was one of the main uses for tariffs before. I mean, before we were just using it for government income, but now is mainly used as a stick to make these guys act right in the trade world.
In this case, now he is saying that the law is written broadly enough to encompass the powers that he's used here. But I also have to say that the kind of rhetoric that you're going to hear from President Trump's lawyer today will be almost of the nature that you see in that social media post that you referred to about this being a matter of life and death. And let me just tell you what has emerged in one of the legal filings. 1 year ago, the United States was a dead country, and now because of the trillions of dollars being paid by countries that have badly abused us, America is strong. One last thing, let me tell you who to listen for. Two of Donald Trump's own appointees, Neil Gorsuch, his first appointee, and his third, Amy Coney Barrett, they will probably be pivotal in this case. Listen for how they parse the separation of powers of what the president can do and what Congress can do.
And that's the problem. There is no problem when it comes to separation of powers, because Congress already appropriated powers to the president. And that's what a lot of American people don't understand. This is why when things go to the Supreme Court and Trump just wins and the Democrats are outraged, is because they don't understand. It's like, if you actually look into this, Trump has all the power in the world. Congress gave the president all the power in the world when it comes to trade policies, and of course the Secretary of Commerce. So when I mentioned these trade acts, like the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 and the Trade Act of 1974, yes, that's law that Congress set in for the president to go ahead and take leadership when it came to trade policies. And of course, trade representatives, like, you got Howard Lutnick in them. So yeah, I'm not really sure why they think they have a good case here, but hey, man, we'll see. You never know. They could still lose it if they don't provide the right argument, or if somebody provide an argument that we ain't never thought about.
One last thing, Kate, when you hear questions from them, they usually are legitimate. Sometimes the others might be throwing you a bit. So there'll be a lot to listen for when the court begins at 10 a.m. Eastern today, Kate.
So much to listen to. This is an important day at the court, as they all are, but this one, especially when you think of how even the administration would unwind said tariff regime if deemed illegal. Joan, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. We're also talking about a major showdown this morning at the Supreme Court. The justices are set to hear oral arguments over President Trump's sweeping tariffs on America's trading partners all around the world. It is the most high-stakes, important economic case to reach the high court in years, and it's a big test of this president's power and all presidential power. The way President Trump puts the stakes, he calls this case literally life and death for the country. Joining me right now is Michael Moore, the former U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Georgia. It's good to see you, Michael. Thank you for being here. You heard from the president. I mean, he called it life or death for the country. How significant and how big is the impact of the outcome of this case?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be with you. This is an important case, but I wouldn't stake that on what the president says. I mean, he has a tendency to speak in sort of exaggeration and hyperbole. I mean, if you think about it, everything that happens is an emergency, and anybody who disagrees with him is a criminal. So I think he's sort of stretching there. But it's a big case because the Supreme Court's going to not just have to be thinking about this president, but the next president coming. And so how much is the court willing to expand or give executive authority?
Bro, there is no expanding or nothing. He just has it. Like, literally, this doesn't make it. The argument is almost like a non-argument at a certain point because Congress already gave Trump the authority. If they want to sit there and, rebuke that, then they got to make that a law and they got to leave Trump out of that. That's something up for Congress to decide. They want to go ahead and draw back the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. Okay, do that. But don't sit there and say that Trump is acting unconstitutionally when Congress have appropriated that power to the president. It may have been in the 60s and 70s, but it was still given to the president. And the president is Donald Trump. So he has every power in the world given to him by Congress to do so. And shout out to Congress, I guess, 1960s Congress.
To a president. And that's the test. It's not simply about this case, though, frankly. This is going to be the line of we'll see whether or not the conservative justices actually want to stand by the language in the Constitution or whether or not they're going to try to find a loophole to sort of support their side of the team.
I was reading that you note that something to look out for today and focus on today during oral arguments is to listen for how a tariff is defined. Explain why. Talk to me more about that.
Right. So the case really is just about can a president go out under some emergency power and say, I'm going to now
See, and I mean, that's the strike. I always like to say the straw man to his argument because they only leave in the Economic Emergency Powers Act, but they don't want to bring in the other powers that the president have over these tariffs. And they're not bringing in the Trade Act of 1974. They're not bringing in the Trade Expansion Act. They're not doing none of that because they know it would be a non-argument after that. It'd just be like, oh, well, he been had these powers since the 60s and 70s. Like the president had the powers to invoke tariff. I mean, when Ronald Reagan did it, he did it without Congress. He invoked tariffs on Japan without Congress. So it's been done before. Now the sweeping tariffs, you know what? He actually has a good argument for that as well. Like I said, under the Trade Act and everything. Now they want to focus on the Economic Emergency Powers Act because it's the best argument they have, because not all of Trump's tariffs fall under that. Even I'll sit there and say that, but all of them do fall under the trade acts, all of them.
Regulate trade by imposing these tariffs. And so the other side is saying, look, wait a minute, a tariff is actually a tax because the American citizens end up absorbing that cost. You're basically taxing us. You're not putting a penalty on the producing country or the shipping country. You're actually taxing me by raising the price of goods, and everybody's seeing that in every store they go in throughout the country. And so the question will be whether or not the tariff will be seen as a tax or not. And this is not a novel point.
I mean, here's the thing: consider that 90% of produce come from America. That doesn't even make sense to say. Like, you imagine, like, all right, well, like most of our produce come from America, right? So when you guys talk about grocery store, I'd be looking at y'all kind of stupid, like, a good amount of our produce come from here. So that whole tariff argument doesn't apply to that. But okay, you can keep saying it though as if it makes sense, but I just want to let you know it don't.
If you think about it and remember that John Roberts, when he was writing the opinion dealing with the Affordable Care Act, when he was making the point that even the penalty, they called it, he would consider that to be a tax.
I would literally have to ask them, like, so how does tariffs affect our, no, I can see it affecting electronics, furniture, but you mean how most of our produce that we eat comes from America, which is in the grocery stores? Yeah. You guys trying to blame tariffs on increase in grocery prices, which is not. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to do because we don't get our groceries or majority of our groceries from overseas.
Because that's how he was able to sustain the Affordable Care Act. So the definition of tariff, the definition of
and like I said most of our produce come in America. So things like bananas, yeah, I understand that, but I mean, are you feeding your whole family with nothing but bananas? Exactly. So shout out Tove. She said, God, there it is. Are you in the Columbus? Yeah, I'm in the Columbus area. Yeah, I'm in South Columbus.
Regulate under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act that the president is using. Those are going to be definitions that I think you'll see some fighting on both sides of the bench as the lawyers make their arguments to the court today.
You noted the conservative majority on the court and how they would thread the needle. I mean, how do past rulings inform what direction they could be headed, or what does a thread the needle look like here?
Well, when we've talked about conservative justices, typically they've held themselves out as being textualists. They read the Constitution. They say that the framers intended to have limited government and checks and balances and those kind of things. But lately you've seen those justices sort of set the idea of checks and balances by co-equal branches of government aside and give great deference to the executive. And so the question will be whether or not they stand by that view of the Constitution.
I mean, guys, if you can't understand how, think about it like this. Even when it came to Professor Oak, even like your argument right there, that's a supply problem, not a tariff problem. Our supply for beef, that's what raised prices, not tariffs. So if we get most of our produces from here, considering that most of the produce come from here, how can tariffs even affect most of our groceries? Like, you can't say grocery prices are rising because of tariffs. That don't even make sense, to be quite honest with you. Like, consider all of your groceries away. Not unless you buy all your groceries from overseas, or you just get all your products from overseas, which I doubt. Like, I highly doubt it. Then yeah, you can't even use the argument for tariffs. I mean, you can say inflation, you can say a shortage, you can say supply and demand, but you can't use the argument for tariffs because 90% of our produce are here.
Or whether or not they now look for the wording in a congressional statute. The wording they'll be deciding is regulate, because the only way that Trump is able to even move these tariffs forward is to say, I have powers under a congressional statute that says I can regulate trade in the case of some emergency. Well, the Constitution says, that only Congress can tax. And so if they decide,
the Constitution says that Congress could also give power to the executive branch, which they have through law. They legislated a law that allows, which Congress can do, legislate law that gives the president power to act as a trade representative. Like, shoot, that's Congress.
in fact, that they're going to give more deference to a term called regulate than they are to the terms in the Constitution itself and what those meant at the time and what the subsequent legislation has done to define those powers. That's going to be a different bridge for them. They typically like to come down and say, look, we just like the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is sacred. Nobody can do anything to it because it says this, even no matter what people argue about it. Well, now
guys, and if you want to come up here and debate this, like I said, you could always come up here and debate this with me. But once again, I'm always right. Sorry. Like, usually I am always right. Not trying to be a dick about it, but usually I will sit there, stay in the comment section, keyboard warriors is fine. Go ahead and do that. Be a coward. Or you can come up here, go to my main page, hit that post tab. Yep, go ahead and hit that StreamYard link, and then come up here. We can debate it respectfully. And I'm pretty sure I'll just run circles around you again. Or like I did with the last guy. It's not too hard, really. Not too hard. I'm talking about the first guy. The last two, Leo, and I forgot the other guy's name. He was pretty cool. But the first guy, though, yeah, that guy, I'm sorry, I had to cook him. Just like I'll just easily cook you guys on tariffs. But sure, like I said, feel free to come up.
I'll twist a little bit and say, well, under the Constitution, the power to tax may mean something a little different than we think it meant after all. So
see, it's like guys like this, they can't debate, but they got insults. Don't be like this guy. Don't be a keyboard warrior. But you are up out of here, though. I'll tell you that one right now. You won't even get the opportunity.
This will be a needle they'll have to thread. They'll have to come back on some things that they've written in the past.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. All right. Shout out to my man Chase. He says, tariff video on Discord. Don't forget. Oh, don't worry, dog. I got you. I already had it up here in the queue. There we go. The real reason the U.S. is betting on tariffs. You know what? Hey, I need to hear it.
Check out this chart. It shows America's trade balance since 1960. Notice how it stays pretty steady for decades, then suddenly, it takes a nosedive. This red line tells a story about all the things Americans buy and sell from other countries. Basically, everything that crosses the U.S. border. When the line dips below zero, the U.S. is buying more from other countries than those countries are buying from the U.S. Above zero, the U.S. is doing more of the selling. On the line, the U.S. is selling and buying in about the same amount. So what happened here? For centuries, even millennia, countries negotiated item by item the rules by which they buy and sell stuff from each other. The U.S. will look at all the things another country, let's say China, wants to sell to them and say, hey, for this one, steel, we know your government doesn't make your steel mills pay taxes. And because your government owns the utilities, it also gives them free electricity. So your steel mills can make steel much cheaper than our steel mills can. If we let you sell your steel here at the price you want to, it'll kill our steel companies. Because of that, for this item steel, we require a 25% tariff. A tariff is simply a fee paid at the border when goods like steel are brought in from outside the country. They're not uncommon. The U.S. has tariffs on more than 17,000 items, and this book, which lists all the tariffs the U.S. has in place, is 3,000 pages long, and every single country around the world has a similar book. If Ford buys $1 million of steel from China, when that steel gets to the port of LA, the U.S. government tells Ford to pay them $250,000, which they keep as revenue just like any other tax. The 3 best-selling vehicles of 2023 in the U.S. were all trucks: Ford F-150, Dodge Ram, Chevy Silverado. Each of these trucks was protected from foreign competition by a 25% tariff on light-duty trucks that was put into place all the way back in 1964. JFK considered it, LBJ put it into effect. This tariff didn't just protect the U.S. companies producing trucks, but ended up forcing Toyota, Honda, and Nissan to build plants in the U.S. so they could sell trucks into overwhelming American demand for bigger vehicles. All kicked off because Germany put a big tariff on American chickens. That's how this happened. Retaliation for that. People call it the chicken tax, and it's why trucks are 80% of all U.S. auto company sales. When that happened, the U.S.
Oh, guys, it's not a number. It's a StreamYard link. Go to my main page, post tab, and hit the StreamYard link.
Didn't need to get anybody's approval to put a 25% tariff on trucks. They could just do it. But then, in 1995, the World Trade Organization, or WTO, was created. And then in 2001, China was allowed to join it.
And that was the beginning of the end, the World Trade Organization. And then when we let China get into it, that's when we really start effing up and all of our companies start leaving to pretty much, well, reshore to China. Well, pretty much, overshore to China. And of course, get cheap labor, thus raising their profit margins. And we did nothing to protect the American middle class during that time, because it was all just trickling out. Now, it wasn't just a major gut, but it was like slowly leaving, like, steel, auto. I mean, we never really started pharmaceuticals, but shipbuilding. A lot of stuff that we used to do back in the day just left because we just left it all to China while leaving our own people out to dry.
Or WTO was created. And then in 2001, China was allowed to join it. The intention of the WTO was specifically to change that. The ability for a country to take action on its own or to charge different tariffs to different countries. You can think of the WTO as a courtroom with 7 judges. Starting in 1995, if the U.S. didn't like the tariff Germany put on U.S. chickens, they'd have to submit a case for the WTO court to hear. The court would decide if the tariff made sense, and the countries involved in the dispute would follow the ruling the judges came with. Imagine how much time it might take to get through one of these cases. WTO rules state disputes should be resolved in 90 days, but they routinely ended up going on for years, which was a major factor in the death of the U.S. solar industry.
Light, acting like the sun, powers this miniature Ferris wheel.
Invented in the U.S. at Bell Labs in 1961, U.S. solar companies were the dominant players up until the early 2000s. In 2012, the U.S. and China began a 10-year dispute. The U.S. said China was selling solar panels well below the price it cost to actually make the solar panels. If a government gives a company money, that company can sell its product for less than...
The Chinese government willing to subsidize any missing profits that these companies would take. So, if we take $30 to build it, and these guys will low-key build it for the same $30, but sell it for $25. It's like, whoa, how can you beat that? They're doing it now with steel. Really, they kind of just, water down their steel, and that's how they kind of make up for it. So that's how they kind of, keep themselves from going bankrupt or providing too much government subsidies on that side. But yes, China is willing to overly lower their prices, below market value, in order to just destroy any other competition internationally. Now, not in the country, but internationally. But and shout out to my man Guess Dude. Hey, shout out my man Guess. He says the middle class is a myth. There is simply the working class and the aristocrat and the aristocracy. In the aristocracy. This is a huge part of why we can't fix things. We use BS terms. I don't know. I think it's still as long as we got income levels and all that good stuff. Unless you're willing to just say F the income levels and there's only one or two sides, there's either have or the have nots, then sure. But I don't know. I'm just going off of income level and what people consider middle class.
The actual cost to make the thing. If they do this,
unless you're saying that, if you ain't making over $1 million, you're working class. But I doubt you're taking it that far though.
Long enough and flood the market with, say, cheap solar panels, they can bankrupt all the other companies who aren't receiving money from their government. This is called dumping. And it's exactly what China was doing. U.S. solar companies called them out, and then it took the WTO years to ultimately come to the conclusion that the U.S. solar industry was, in fact, correct. But as this process took all this time to play out at the WTO, the U.S. solar industry died. Chinese solar
completely died out because we were destroyed globally, internationally. We couldn't sell our solar panels anywhere, not even in our own goddamn country. One, because the Dems, or not the Dems, sorry, but the politicians, Republican and Democrat alike, did not do a damn thing to help to make these guys, well, honestly, stop the bullshit. Really, they just went in with the WTO, but really they should have imposed tariffs on China right there and then. Like, all right, cool, 50% on Chinese solar panels, and that'll fix it right there. But instead, we just complain to the World Trade Organization as our solar industry just gets decimated. Like, this is why I feel what Trump is doing. He's taking a more proactive approach, because the solar companies, honestly, they should have went to the president and be like, yo, we need tariffs. Just like Lyndon B. Johnson was able to provide. Not, oh, we'll just talk to the World Trade Organization. They drag it out for a year as your company gets completely decimated. It's like, what the hell?
Companies using funds from the Chinese government built factories extremely fast and flooded the global market, selling the panels they made well beneath what it actually cost to make them.
And shout out to guests who say, why do they use income levels, credit scores, and debt economics? The middle class was invented wholly to expand the debt percentage. It was you're gonna have to explain that one to me now. You're gonna have to explain that in detail. I see where you're going with it. Why do we use income levels, credit score, debt economics? I mean, I do agree with you on the debt economics. So, because we do run this whole country on debt, credit debt. So I get what you're saying. I mean, shoot, let's be real. You can't really get anywhere in this country without incurring debt, because I mean, look at these businesses. Look at guys like who wrote the book Rich Dad Poor Dad. I mean, that man was the master at good debt, the master at it. So let's be real. We do have a debt economy, just because you do need some type of debt to make it in this economy.
US and European companies couldn't compete. Chinese firms are now 8 of the 10 largest solar companies, a complete swap from the 1990s and early 2000s. Problem after problem like this came against the US. Boeing versus Airbus was another major notorious example. So by the 2010s,
thank you, Robert Kiyosaki. Thank you. That's the author of Rich Dad Poor Dad.
This became something Democrats and Republicans were increasingly in agreement about. The WTO had stripped the US of the ability to defend its market. The Bush administration said something about the WTO, but didn't do anything. The Obama administration said something a little louder.
We've brought trade cases against China at nearly twice the rate.
But then the Trump administration really turned up the heat. Each WTO judge served 4 years. When it's time to appoint a new judge, they need to be confirmed. To issue any rulings, the court is required to have at least 3 members. Prevent judges from being confirmed or appointed, and once the court has less than 3 members, it cannot function, which is exactly what the Trump administration did. Systematically blocked judge appointments until the WTO court was down to just 2 members by 2019. Now, I just want to point out something to highlight again, that this trade in the WTO is a bipartisan issue in the U.S. government. Despite what is talked about in TV and the headlines, the Biden administration, when elected in 2020, could have immediately approved and confirmed judges and unblocked the WTO court, getting it back and running as usual. But they didn't, and they haven't, and in fact extended most of the tariffs imposed by Trump, who used a little clause in the WTO agreement that allows members to set tariffs without going through the WTO process if they think a country is conducting trade in a way that threatens their national security.
And I mean, Biden did it. Trump can do it too. Problem is, Biden didn't really impose no new Trumps. He just kept the ones that Trump put on. Well, no new tariffs. So yes, I guess it's Biden. I mean, it is a bit funny how people were trying to lose their mind over tariffs, even though Biden, had tariffs running the entire time. Y'all wasn't complaining about a price increase then, were y'all not? No, you was too busy dealing with the price increase from inflation.
This uniquely bipartisan thing. So we're back to the oldest tool in the trade playbook, the tariff, which are at an all-time low still today in the U.S. This is the average.
And shout out to my man Guest Dude. The middle class generally holds more debt by demographics, which is true. The middle class was defined as owning a home and having a career to fund that. Yeah, that is very true. So I will give you that one. It is a damn, you ain't gonna lie. The way you did sound was a social structure. It's social and economic structure at the same damn time. All right, I'll give it to you. I'll give that to you, Guest Dude. All right, I'll give it to you.
Average tariff rate in the U.S. since 1860. I mean, look at this. It was well over 20% for 100 years, but today is in the low single digits. Out of 160 countries, the U.S. has the 14th lowest average tariff in the world at 3.4%. The EU is 5.2%, and China is 7.5%. This is one of the major reasons U.S. citizens keep hearing this statement.
Trade must be fair.
As long as the competition is fair.
Fair terms of trade.
Fair trade.
Fair trade policies.
But China is a special case, and why the U.S. has higher tariffs on China than the rest of the world. China does not allow U.S. companies to sell to China the way the U.S. allows China to sell to it.
Facts.
The most egregious and abused rule when a company wants to manufacture or sell goods in China is China's policy of technology transfer.
Here at Westinghouse, scientists are developing the world's first atomic power plant.
Westinghouse was the global leader in nuclear power technology. 50% of all nuclear power plants around the world were based on Westinghouse blueprints.
In this release of energy.
Oh, and this is one of my main arguments why I always say we don't need immigrants to invent for us. We don't need immigrants to be doctors, engineers. Bro, we've been doing this by ourselves for a minute. We've been leading in medical technology, nuclear technology, solar technology. We were leading in all of that. We don't need immigrants for none of that. We were just doing this ourselves. But the problem is we just let the guys overseas take it from us because, well, hey, what can I say? Corporate greed. And nobody in the government was willing to let these guys or make these guys work for the American people for some crazy reason.
Atomic power is born.
In the early 2000s, the company entered the Chinese market. The plan was to build Westinghouse's cutting-edge AP1000 nuclear reactors throughout China, in partnership with the country's state-owned nuclear company. As a condition of the arrangement, Chinese regulators required action.
Oh, and shout out to my man Guess Who coming in again. He said that most middle class hold most of the student and credit debt, which is true. By design, the middle class is a debt class buffering against the workers' movement. Oh, I ain't gonna have to give you that, dog. I'm gonna have to keep that. All right, I actually do explain it. You explained it pretty damn well to me. So shout out, Guess Dude. Okay, I get it now. All right, now that you break it down like that, I can see where you're coming from. Can't risk strikes and workers uprising when you are up to your nose in debt. It was a divided tactic to split the working class. I mean, yeah, you ain't really too worried about, oh, my boss ain't treating me right. Oh, we haven't got a raise in forever, when you're too busy trying to control all your debt that you've accumulated throughout your life. Yeah, you're right. Like, personal distractions can definitely distract from, well, I guess what's going on around you.
Access to thousands of documents and blueprints regarding the design and construction of Westinghouse nuclear plants. These are the crown jewels of Westinghouse. Westinghouse granted the access. As the negotiation was going on, business strategy documents, emails between Westinghouse employees about the negotiations, and critical blueprint pieces China wasn't permitted access to have were hacked out of Westinghouse's servers between 2010 and 2011 by the Chinese military. Just 4 of Westinghouse's reactors were built in China, and now China builds and sells their own nuclear reactor version to other countries. This is a story that repeats over and over again. General Electric, AMD, Micron Technology, DuPont, the list goes on. Set up shop in China, transfer technology to the Chinese partner, and then watch.
This is just my own wild take. But this is why I always think this whole, oh, well, we need immigrants for technological advancement and this, all that dumb shit. And I'm just like, no. That's been fed to you by the propaganda of China, India, so you continuously put their people over your own. Continuously. Because like I said, all these major advancements mainly done by Americans. And yes, I get that. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. If you want to nitpick and say, hey, well, don't you think there was an American that had like immigrant parents? Yeah, but not all of them, dog. Not most of them. I'll tell you that right now. So, yes, when they try to sit there and lie to you, telling that you need immigrants to build your country, that is a complete lie.
The Chinese partner takes the technology after a few years
and if you feel that way, then don't call it your country, say it's theirs.
Doesn't renew the partnership. A few years after that, the company who developed the technology has 0 sales in China, and the company that was granted access to the technology has all of them. There are hundreds of cases of this kind of thing, and if it's not that kind of technology transfer, it's outright theft. Look at this. 15 years ago, the plans and data on the U.S. military's flagship next-generation fighter plane were hacked out of Lockheed Martin's computers. And now, just last month, the new Chinese 5th-generation fighter jet was revealed, looking an awful lot like Lockheed's F-35. So for years, the U.S. has had low tariffs for Chinese goods coming into the U.S., which has incentivized companies to move factories to China, where technology transfer is forced and IP theft is sponsored by the state. And then the acquired technology is used to build products to sell back to the US and the rest of the world.
Wow.
The idea of free trade, what has been the driving force of globalization, of moving manufacturing overseas, is that eventually the trade between countries will balance out. We'll buy enough from you that you'll have enough money to buy from us. You'll build what you're good at, and we'll build what we're good at. This line might bounce around a bit, but should mostly hang around the zero line for every country. Low tariffs put businesses in this awkward position of potentially having to move manufacturing out of the US. If a company is making lamps in the US and a competing company starts making its lamps in Bangladesh, where labor is much cheaper than in the US, the company still building lamps in the US will never be able to compete on price. This is a classic prisoner's dilemma that is not often talked about. If all the makers of one product...
I know, because our politicians have been selling the American manufacturer, the American worker out for years. Like, yes, like for some reason, why didn't you put tariffs on Bangladesh made goods so the American manufacturing doesn't get decimated? Why didn't they do it? Why didn't they take that proactive like stance? No, who knows? Who knows? There's a lot of people who truly believe in, I don't know why. Some people said the morality of free trade, but free trade was never supposed to be an economic policy. It was just supposed to be about foreign relations. It's a good way to make nice with other countries, but it was never supposed to be an economic policy.
Stay in the US, no one has to move. But if one leaves, they all have to leave. If a company can't build things at the same price as its competitors, it will most likely go out of business. Once China joined the WTO, the US was not allowed to raise tariffs on goods coming in from low-cost labor countries. So once one manufacturer moved, a massive wave of manufacturers had to follow to stay competitive. 5 million manufacturing jobs left the US between 2000 and 2010. That is 4 million households worth of jobs. So it was directly felt by another 10 to 12 million people. As for whether tariffs cause inflation, the answer is no. Tariffs do not equal inflation. Inflation is when the price of all goods in the country go up. Tariffs target a subset of goods.
It goes up all goods because the monetary supply of money then went up. So inflation is usually caused by the increase in money supply, not the increase in tariffs. Freaking man, never mind. But thank you, bro. Thank you. Shout out to this guy. Like, he gets it. I'm like, when they say inflationary, when you say tariffs are inflationary, it almost like, oh, well, what? It doesn't add to the money supply. The only thing that is inflationary is adding to the money supply. What Biden did, let's not forget that, and Trump a little bit. But yes, well, actually, both of them did it. Let me be quite direct with you guys. Both Biden and Trump both tremendously added to the money supply, which is why we had to suffer through that crazy inflation under Biden. Let's be real. Biden was smart. He would have did no crazy spending. Why? Because he should have known that, well, spending was maxed out under Trump, and Trump had a good excuse with COVID. Biden, he lost that excuse in 2022. So there was really nothing he could hide behind. But yes, to sit there and try to say that, oh, tariffs are inflationary. Nah, inflation is when all prices go up because the value of money has been decreased due to the supply of money going up.
12 million people. As for whether tariffs cause inflation, the answer is no. Tariffs do not equal inflation. Inflation is when the price of all goods in the country go up. Tariffs target a subset of goods. The price of that stuff does rise, which is kind of the point. But because the price of that stuff rises, people have less to spend on other things, making broad inflation actually impossible. Inflation occurs when the supply of money goes up, cash, like stimmy checks during the pandemic. Now, if you were of the belief that every single thing the U.S. consumes comes from...
See, I love that example. Basically the same example I gave you. Inflation happens when that money supply increase. Just like sending out all that money during the pandemic. Yes, all that money, all the stimulus checks we were getting, inflationary. Yes, because they didn't reallocate the money off a budget. They printed it and then sent it out to the people, and that increased the money supply. And know what the people did? It wouldn't have been as bad if we were creating businesses and products and services. That wouldn't have low-key been contribute to inflation. But because it was all done on consumer purchasing, mainly to keep your household afloat. So I'm not blaming you, but just know that if you spent your stimulus check and your unemployment on frivolous things like consumer spending, you added to inflation. If you use it to start a business or make a new product or something, you actually low-key eased inflation.
City checks.
So yeah, I mean, government spending is only bad, and printing money really causes inflation when it's used for consumer action instead of, you know, building a business or economics or services or whatever. It's like if you ain't using it to build something, it's gonna cause major inflation.
During the pandemic. Now, if you are of the belief that every single thing the U.S. consumes comes from China or is imported, there might be some validity to the idea that tariffs cause inflation. But that's just not the case. 15% of U.S. imports come from China, down from 22% in 2018. And 67 to 85%, some wonky numbers because there are a few different ways this is measured, of the money Americans spend stays in the U.S. There are other risks with tariffs, though. Like true stoppage of trade could occur in key goods like pharmaceuticals. One country might feel like its access to critical things is cut off by another country. This could start a real hot war with weapons involved. But the idea that new tariffs could start a trade war is missing the forest from the trees. The U.S. has been in a trade war since the 2000s and is just now realizing that this line isn't going to shift from natural choices by its trading partners because countries, in particular, a very aggressive and savvy country.
Yeah, because apparently, I mean, we can't depend on other countries to practice free trade. We got to make these guys do it ourselves. And us just sitting here, letting these countries take advantage, expecting them to, oh, just one day China will operate fairly. Yeah, that's not happening. Actually, we've been waiting for about 23 years. And it ain't happened yet. So, yeah. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close it down on this one. Appreciate the support, guys. We're going to go ahead and end out with the jazz. Make sure you guys double tap the screen on your way out. Shout out to all the supporters, too, by the way. But make sure double tap that screen. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. We do this every day. Well, damn near now every morning due to schedule changing. But, hey, I'll inform you guys when we go back to those night shows. But, all right, guys, make sure y'all have a good one. I'm going to go ahead and close out on this one with the jazz. Appreciate the support, man. Y'all have a good one. Peace.
Magic, no tricks.
Shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 national guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go? Tell you something you don't know. Chicago fucked up cause the government slow. Murder rate number was low. Everybody killing cause everybody is broke. And why is everybody broke? Because the immigrants taking the jobs you want. Send them back over the wall, take notes. I send them back on a plane, a boat. I don't want them in the country no more. I don't want no one looking for work at the store. Why the fuck is they making the city look bad? Why the fuck is they rhyme around waving that flag? I got so sick of this shit and I'm mad. I called Joe Biden that night and I brag. If they deep in the street then you know it's DT. Free Larry Hoover, I'm really GD. And I hop in the back of a black truck. Camouflage bulletproof vest and you cannot attack us. Stupid little boy better back up. I get the snapping and turn the whole city to back up. Ain't no more New Mexico, I rename. They don't know we about to use Chicago for training. I put 300 guys in the streets in this place. We making America great, it's amazing. Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 national guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go?